Okay, starting off Friday night with chickens in charge, I think, as I quickly make a video. So I should put the banner up. You know what? I might even play some elevator music quietly. It's too lo-fi. No, that's not what I wanted. Want to turn that off. Okay, so I'm going to make a video. Chickens are in charge. A slow start to a Friday night. That's alright. I'll make a cocktail. Alright, let's make it first. The boot right. Let's start to get ready. Get ready, 'cause here I come. Chartreuse, a little bit of white creme de cacao. Alrighty, it's all the bits ready. God fucking damn it, I always forget something. Fucking jigger out in the kitchen. God damn it. Always something. Alright, back with my jigger. Still very quiet night. Start to the night. That's okay, that's why I make the videos. Okay, so 1 ounce Blanco tequila. What is that? 1/4 ounce creme de cacao. And we are ready to go. Okay, let's do this. There, I think. It's the right place for it. That's about right. Start that up. Yeah, the chartreuse. Lillet Blanc. And white creme de cacao. Schicklegruber. Already poured that out. Right, so That's that done. No. Some ice in there. Maybe a bit more ice. A little bit more ice. Okay. Scrolling across the table. Man, that is interesting. Check that framing for my glass. Yep, that looks okay. Here we go. And I just realized I was meant to have some cherry skewers. Okay. Stab, stab, stab. Stab. There we go. And if you fix that up a bit. And that's that. Right, new taking my publicity photo. What am I doing? That will do. Okay. Now, the talky bit. Turn this around. Okay, that on. This on. And we're almost done. There we go. Recording this and this. Now away we go. G'day cocktail lovers. This is a 20th century riff by legendary bartender Jim Meehan. It's called The Golden Phone, and taste-wise, it's a really interesting flavor. This is great. These go really well together. Here's how we make it. In a mixing glass, we put 1 ounce or 30 mils of Blanco tequila. Add to that half an ounce or 15 mils of yellow chartreuse. Then half an ounce or 15 mils of Lillet Blanc, and finally just 1/4 of an ounce, around 7.5 mils of white creme de cacao. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain that into a chilled Nick and Nora glass. And for And for a garnish, we use a couple of maraschino cherries. It's a really interesting collection of flavors, and they all add their own element, and they balance really nicely. I recommend you try it. The Golden Phone. Cheers. Do actually like this one. I should take notes on all this shit. Okay. Take some shit and put some shit. Okay. Stop that. Stop that. Put some things around. Turn that out. Oh, gosh. Gosh! As Goofy would say. Okay. Cherries, cherries, cherries. Oof. Clean that off. There are many germs around that desk that I just ingested. Okay. And hello, Justin, Safa, and Dr. Jones. Golden Phone reminds you of the movie The Golden Compass. I actually watched, like, The Golden Compass is the first in the His Dark Materials books, and it bombed really badly. There were meant to be sequels, but they did make a streaming series of it that was actually not bad, and it completed the story. Watch that through. There's no opera stage in the Sydney Opera House currently. Well, the Australian authorities managed to completely fuck up Jan Utsen's design for it. I think the thinking was it was running over budget. In retrospect, we can see it would have been regarded as money well spent, the building being the icon it is, but what are you going to do? It's kind of like when, what makes me think of, when Gough Whitlam bought the Jackson Pollock painting Blue Poles for $1 million, and because it's Jackson Pollock's spatter art, and of course all the fucking knob ends in the world go, "What's that? My 5-year-old can do that." It's a great painting, actually. I was very surprised when I first saw it how much I liked it, because I was going to take the piss and say it's, you know, like finger painting by a toddler, but Pollock knew composition and how to make visual impact, and it just, on purely monetary terms, it was a really good investment by the Whitlam government. It's worth orders of magnitude more than they paid for it. Justin, the bell curve is not flawed, it is wrong. The concept of the bell curve is based in racism and is scientifically and factually wrong. And I will just say, depending what you mean by it, but there was a book called The Bell Curve that talked about there being a natural distribution of people that looked like a bell's, like some people were of low intelligence, and then as you got to the median, most people were, you know, average intelligence in the middle, and it went out again for the, you know, super intelligent low, and it was used to justify racism. So if it's that bell curve you're referring to, the bell curve is not flawed, it is wrong, it is it's racist, and there is no scientific or social basis for it. Oh no, thought might have to go to ED. Still in. Dang. Texting us while awaiting emergency surgery. Like, a little bit scary, but B, I hope it's the right thing. action. And I mean, thanks for updating us as well. You know, you have all positivity and well wishes in whatever form of, belief, superstition, whatever that anyone adheres to. Do you know, in terms of a weighting, have they given you a bandwidth? And also, I'm just going to say, this drink I made is really interesting, a little bit trippy. It's got herbal elements, yellow chartreuse, and chocolate elements, the creme de cacao. Man, I really like it, actually. This is good. The tequila's kind of disappeared, to my palate anyway. I'm not a tequila aficionado. But man, that is actually really quite yummy. I don't think I'd drink lots of these. It's definitely an 8 out of 10, though. I would drink it again. It's 9 out of 10 means I'd drink lots of them. I'd drink one after the other. This one I'd definitely do again. It's really interesting. Herbal chocolate flavors, weird. Me likey. Man, no, that is actually good. Might be more than an 8. It's one of those ones that as I sip it, it's like, Oh. Dr. Jones, it's chocolate. Creme de cacao. So you get both white creme de cacao, which is clear, which is sort of nice for cocktails. It doesn't change the color of the cocktail. And you get brown creme de cacao. And I'm not sure they even taste that different. I mean, I could taste them side by side. I don't know if brown creme de cacao tastes more like dark chocolate, but it is brown, and so we'll make a cocktail brown if you put it in. So like if this one was looking, a nice yellow, living up to its name, golden phone. If I'd have put brown creme de cacao in, it would have been brown. No, Justin, the bell curve is not good for anything. We're saying doing a ranked comparison of data. The bell curve is a falsified distribution. Safra, I've not heard anything about the train link. Oh, the airport link. That got sort of defunded in the budget last year. So, yeah, it's probably delayed to 2050 or something. Yeah, so Justin, the bell curve is a falsified data distribution. It's worse than useless. It's not true. Well, again, that's why when Justin brought it up, Dr. Abigail, it depends what you mean by the bell curve. The bell curve, as in the book that was published, the bell curve that was talking about there being a natural distribution of intelligence was wrong, has no basis in science or even social studies, and was actually deeply and inherently racist. No, the Victorian government's not broke, Safa. That's a fictional concept anyway. It's it's economics is fictional. Economics is as real as religion. The various schools of economic thought only work when people believe they work. They aren't objective reality. They're subjective interpretation of the world and the value of things. And you get people who massively disagree. They don't all call themselves capitalists or whatever, but still have fundamental and far-reaching disagreements about economics and what works and what doesn't. Yeah, it's religion for capitalists. Oh, man, that's fucking yummy. I think that might be more than an 8, that one. As well as the liquid in the glass room smell. Well, you know, kind of thing. Well, here's the thing, and that's why when I was talking about it, you know, there's a bell curve and there's the bell curve. The bell curve was a lie. Safa, money's not real. The US currency has value so long as people believe it has value. It has no inherent value. And before someone says gold has no more inherent value than other metals, and in fact has less inherent value than a lot of metals. Humans have an almost superstitious, not almost, an absolutely superstitious worship of gold. Right, so various examinations and rankings. Yes, I did mention the thing about surgery. I was intrigued as to when it was like you're waiting emergency surgery, do you have an estimate more accurate than a piece of string, like hours or days or anything till it happens? And I'm hoping they're looking after you, and I'm hoping this is a result. So yeah, just when you're talking about ATARs, any sort of examination where you get this thing, people say, I'm grade you on a curve. There's an inherent flaw in that. People say they are going to force a particular... Oh, you did have another one. A lot of pain. Oxy like candy. Apologize they couldn't eat your gallbladder. So tomorrow, okay. All right, well, I'm glad you're there anyway. I'm glad you're there, and I'm glad they're looking after you, raining the painkillers on you. And hey, Strictly Sega, by the way. Yeah, and anyway, with statistics, I'm a big fan of the old saying that there's 3 types of lies. Lies, damned lies, and statistics. Which is just a joke about how common it is for people to manipulate statistics that they claim are objective to fit their preconceived views. People are real good at doing that. Going into something with a preconceived view, getting some objective statistics, and then squishing it and twisting it and going, see, the statistics support the thing that I always said was true. Not everyone does it, but it is unfortunately very widespread. Anyway, well, it's okay, still a quiet-ish start to the evening. I am going to make another short video. Okay, so I made the golden phone. Good on you, Jim Mia. I saw this other one and I really like the sound of it, and I want to make it tonight. A Saint Savant. Cognac, sweet vermouth, cherry liqueur, and extra. Man, this one sounds fucking good. I'll be really disappointed if it's not. Oh, yeah. Fucking YouTube gabblers will use statistics all the time, extremely selectively. Yes, the bell curve of IQ is utter BS, deeply racist. And even IQ is dumb as shit. It's been proven that you can improve your score on an IQ test by studying for it. So it is obviously not measuring anything inherent if you can change your score by studying for it. And yes, that's basically what I love to say, Justin. The only thing any test score tells you is how well you did on that test. It doesn't, by definition, measure your intelligence. And even, fuck off IQ, just like if you did a maths test or an English test or a history test or whatever. All the score on the test tells you is how well you did on that test. It doesn't say how intelligent you are. It doesn't say how valuable you are as a person. It doesn't define you. Far too much reliance on that sort of thing. Anyway, I'm gonna make this other cocktail now. Ooh. I was just thinking, wow. Well, it might have been a bit strong. I can feel it, as the Jackson 5 would say. All right, I need to get the pieces together for this. Oh, Dr. Jones, cherry liqueur or whatevs. I used to have cherry hearing. I have some Luxardo cherry liqueur. I had the Croatian one before, and I think I used it all up. And I got this Luxardo cherry liqueur, which is really nice. Dr. O'Girl, you don't know how long you'll last. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, hopped up on goofballs. If we provide you with some distraction, entertainment, well and good. But yes, if the hospital's been saying, yes, you can have as much really strong painkillers as you like, then, well, I understand if you fade away. There it is. Yes, my current cherry liqueur is Luxardo, and I do love their cherries. So, okay, so that's out, that's in, that's out, and we want some cognac. Let's get some cognac, and I think that goes away, and that goes away. Back in the mysterious cupboard of mystery you go. Okay. Okay. Where's my goddamn phone? So, cognac, sweet from earth, cherry liqueur, Angostura bitters. Okay, easy peasy. Okay, so I am. You know what? I'm being a conservationist. I'm going to use the same glass. Okay, and I'm going to chill the glass again. You go in there, ice. You go there, glass. I'd even put a little bit more ice in this glass. Do-a. Like a doo-wop song in my head. Okay, so where did I throw my GoPro? Oh yeah, there's so Goofballs is and hopped up on Goofballs. Okay. Turn this on. Turn this on. Adjust. There we go. Right. Get everything ready. Mostly cognac. Alright, starting off with 2 ounces of cognac. Might as well get that poured. This one's a bit more than the last one, so we will see. Okay, Dr. Abigail, gonna bounce. Get some sleep, yes. Well, I hope you get some sleep tonight, and I hope the surgery's a huge success. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again soon. Okay, what am I doing? I'm just making that go mute for a while. You all take care. I didn't even put the chickens in charge. You know what? Tradition. I wasn't going to do it, but let's do it. No, you know what? They're all falling out. Fuck it. No chickens in charge. You can just freaking deal with it. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, well, okay. Start the camera, dickhead. Cognac. And cherry liqueur. And sweet vermouth. This is so red. Okay, that's that. The first part. If you're ever wondering why I switched that camera off and do it in 2 parts, it just actually makes it easier when I'm editing. And I like to make my life easier. Alright. Let's put that on there. That on there. And shenanigans. Put these all together. Start this. Okay. Okay, now we put it in a glass here. How's that? That's looking good. Now we just strain that in there. Ooh, that looks good. That's so red. You know what? I'm going to put the same garnish back on. Because that's just gonna look good. Alright, fucking stylish, man. Alright, so that is it. Probably, not necessarily. That's probably it. Fuck! Lucky those GoPros are tough. Threw it on the bed and it bounced off and hit the floor. Alright, making weird mistakes. Not even that drunk. Okay, let's get some shit sorted. I forgot. Something nagging in my head. Like, what are you doing? Want to take my publicity photo? Let's quickly do that. Okay. Right, yes, turn this camera on. Oh, and that's just about out of battery, so maybe this will be it. G'day cocktail lovers. This deep red cocktail is called a Saint Savant, and it's essentially a cognac-based Manhattan with a little bit of a twist, and flavor-wise, this looks good on paper and it tastes good in the glass. Here's how we make it. In a mixing glass, we put 2 ounces or 60 mils of cognac, or the brandy of your choice, and then half an ounce or 15 mils of sweet vermouth. Follow that with half an ounce or 15 mils of cherry liqueur, and round things out with 1 dash of Angostura bitters. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain that into a chilled Nicanora glass, and the perfect garnish for this is some maraschino cherries. I love the look of this one. It tastes great too. Something about this makes me feel very stylish. I'm going to sit back and enjoy that. If you... fuck shit. This one looked great on paper and it tastes great too. Something about it just looks very sophisticated. I'm going to sit back and enjoy this. If you make it, I hope you enjoy it too. And I hope to see you again soon. Cheers. I forget things. Oh man, that sweet vermouth is so fruity. And by fruity, I mean grapey. All right, now I'm going to sit down, chill out for a while. Turn that light off. Probably won't shoot any more video, because if I do, gonna have to change batteries on things because my batteries are running. Okay. Elevator music. Thank you. We look forward to the updates. Safa, I don't think Gillard's ex escaped conviction. I think he escaped jail. I think he was very much convicted, as he deserved to be. Sydney Powell, that's a Trump thing, isn't it? I'm not sure. You love the live outtakes. See, you get to see the sausage being made. It's just kind of like, man, sometimes it's real smooth and seamless, and sometimes not so much. I mean, that guy Gillard's ex turned out to be a piece of shit, but I do love that we had a prime minister who wasn't married and just had a fuckboy living with her. Imagine the fake puritanical element in US politics. They could not conceive of an unmarried woman in politics with a bit on the side, let alone the person with the highest political office in the country. And personally, I fucking love it. Man, okay, this is nice for contrast. This tastes like a Manhattan. I think I actually like the other one more. This is more like traditionally, like I look at it on paper and go, I'm going to like that. And I do like it. But the other one I made, which on paper was weirder, in practice, tastier. So now, I don't think, as I said, I don't think I'm going to make any more videos tonight. So any other cocktails I make are just going to be for fun. I might do it. I haven't had my freezer martini in a while. But I swear I'm going to have some soda water after I have this. Yes, I genuinely think Dr. Abigail is on the AIDSy level medication because she's in the hospital and they're giving her the gear. Oh, sorry. Okay. The first one, the golden, I think you were here, the golden phone. So, God, where'd I put my, speaking of phones, where did I put mine? So the golden phone was, Blanco tequila, silver tequila, white tequila, whatever you want to call it. Yellow chartreuse, which is really herbal. Lillet Blanc, so like vermouth, aromatized wine, as they say, flavored wine, which again, herby sort of stuff going on with that sort of thing. And then the white creme de cacao, the chocolate. And personally, I couldn't really taste tequila in it. I was getting herbal and chocolate, and it was fucking nice. It was really good. Oh God, the Republican base in the US would absolutely lose their fucking minds with someone like Julia Gillard in charge. Again, an unmarried woman who's got a bit on the side. Well, he wasn't a bit on the side. He was a serious living lover. Oh God, Safi, yeah, I see every now and then. I think that's the Macallan. It's a Scotch whiskey distiller that's renowned for having really old barrels. And yeah, I think they're expecting it to go for tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. Like it's a really limited number of bottles. Or is that a single bottle one? I don't know, because I've just been I saw a couple of articles recently about Macallan releasing some quite old whiskies, and there were multiple releases. But every now and then, single bottles go on sale and sell for stupid amounts of money. It's a single bottle. Okay. Yeah, it's come out of someone's collection, rather. The whole thing with the rare aged whiskies, one of the funniest, well, I think it's funny in a particular way. I think with the age whiskey things happening, there was a bunch of bourbon distilleries in the US that went bust in the 70s and 80s. And like the market for bourbon dipped, and these distilleries actually had barrels and barrels of bourbon, and it's just like sitting in a warehouse because the company's gone broke, and someone ends up buying it. And in the 90s and into the noughties, there's a big whiskey revival, and aged whiskies become really popular and really expensive. And then someone suddenly realizes, wait a sec, this stuff I got from the bankrupt company, that's now 20 and 30-year-old bourbon. And in this current market, that's worth a fucking fortune. So all these really sought after bourbons were actually like the leftover rubbish from a company that went broke. You got some yellow chartreuse. Yeah. When there was the whole thing about chartreuse becoming hard to get, there's a bottle shop in Carnegie, not far from me, and they seem to have just fucking shit heaps of green and yellow chartreuse. So I just made sure I had 2 bottles of each, and I use it so sparingly. That's several years worth of chartreuse for me. But yeah. So Justin, your mum thought someone like Gillard would choose hairdresser to be partner. That's That's a not very good observation, quite honestly. So, Stuff, you want me to read it? I did actually get it out. Okay, so bottle of the most sought after scotch is going to Sotheby's. Estimated to go for over £1 million. Ah, it is a Macallan. There you go. For some reason, these old ones are always Macallan. It's just one of the longest running things. So from 1926, a version of the Macallan 1926 was sold by Sotheby's for £1.5 million, a record for any bottle of wine or spirit. The appearance of 3 bottle variations of the whiskey in 2018 and 2019 led to the record being broken 3 times. The Macallan 1926 is the one whiskey every auctioneer wants to sell, every collector wants to own. Aged in sherry, so it's been in a fucking cask for 6 decades. Just 40 bottles of the Macallan 1926 were bottled, the distillery's oldest vintage. So they were bottled in the late 80s after sitting in a barrel for 60 years. Jesus. Some of the 40 were offered to Macallan clients, with up to 14 decorated with Macallan's iconic fine and rare label, including the record breaker. 12 of the bottles, including the one being sold, had their labels designed by Italian painter Valerio Adami. Bottle going up for sale is the first to have undergone reconditioning by the distillery ahead of auction. This includes replacing the cork, applying new glue to the corner of the bottle label. Yep, someone with too much money is going to buy that. And I mean, okay, sure, why not? Yeah, and saying hairdressers aren't intelligent is also not nice. Safra, I haven't won Lotto, so sadly my plan to buy expensive bottles of whiskey and freak people out by opening them and making cocktails with them, that hasn't come to fruition. I think this is good. This, even though it's cognac, not whiskey, it just kind of tastes like a Manhattan to me, a nice Manhattan, and I like a nice Manhattan. I think the reason I like the Golden Phone more is because it's different. This is familiar, and I like familiar. Familiar is good, but the Golden Phone was really different, and that's what got me, I think. So, Dr. Jones working on chartreuse sub? Yes. Benedictine, Maledi Amaro, Gazette Saffron, and Absinthe. Fucking noble work, my friend. Noble work. I'd love to hear how that goes. You should also, if you're not already aware of the channel, there's a YouTube channel called Truffles on the Rocks. JF, Jean-Félix, French guy, runs it. And he did a heap of experimentation and came up with what he thinks is a good yellow chartreuse substitute. So if you haven't already seen that, I recommend you have a look at that, see what you think of what he's done and where it works in you. Yeah, actually, that's true, Safa. Lotto winners from Northeast Victoria, yeah. And yes, okay, all mums can be a bit judgmental, mate. So, yeah. There's a couple of YouTube cocktail channels that I really look to for incredibly creative and insightful things to do with cocktails. And Truffles on the Rocks is one. I think he was the guy who got me to fall in love with milk clarifying cocktails. And the other one's Cocktail Time with Kevin Koss. Eurotypes. Kevin's from Central Europe, I think. He's either Scandinavian or Central Europe, maybe Balkan. I don't know. I think he's Scandinavian. I think Kevin's Scandinavian, but I'm not. Now I want to look it up. But he does real sort of out there stuff. I did not write down the Aussie space ideas we had last night. No. It lived in the moment, was my view. Now I'm just going to try Kevin Koss. Mixology cocktail time with Kevin Koss. Oh. And Kevin Koss also has an awesome super juice calculator on his site. It's just incredibly creative with the cocktail stuff. Wow, you're going to have a live one-on-one session with Kevin Koss for €100. Honestly, fucking bargain. Or do a live masterclass for €30. Honestly, that guy fucking knows his shit. Now I just had this weird thing of wanting to... Can I cyber stalk him? Where does Kevin Koss live? Oh, well, there's a rapper called K Koz. They think that's who I'm asking about. That's really funny. And it's bringing up Kevin Costner and a rapper called K Koz. That's really funny. Anyway, I'll stop stalking Kevin Koz now. Oh, Heine, I had a movie in mind, but that was it. It was in mind. Well, you know, there's drag queens, there's cross-dressers. Some drag queens could qualify as cross-dressers. Most cross-dressers aren't drag queens. Yeah. Zafra, I'm not real excited about Frasier coming back. Missing the key cast members. No, see. Here's the thing. I'm clear on mine because this is a really good Manhattan variation, but it's familiar. It's definitely because the golden phone was different. I think that's why it really grabbed me, because it was really different. Safa, bringing up sports ball. You must know my opinion on sports ball, in that, fine if it's your thing, but I really don't give a toss. Sorry, I'm thinking of things to drink. I'm definitely going to have some soda water after this. It's party night. I've got to pace myself. I just got to... Oh, Safa, Pat's going to show up when he needs an alibi. We know how it works. We know how that shit goes. Pat shows up when he needs an alibi, and nudge wink, we've all got to say, yes, officer, he was on the stream all night. So, Safa, I've put up with that. I know you're joking. I put up with that my whole life. I'm Australian, fucking gay, not liking fucking sport. What's the fucking wrong with you? Fucking, must be fucking gay. You know. No, gay guys like having sex with other guys. Not liking sport is just not liking sport. More gay guys like sport than don't like sport because it's got a bunch of guys in there, usually in peak physical condition, which is kind of their jam. So, to be fair, not liking sport's more heterosexual than anything. Just saying. All right, I've drunk my drunk. And so I don't get too shit faced. I'm gonna have some soda water. Safa, AFL was not playing in Dubbo in the 70s. An amateur Central West League was started in the 80s. And it's not AFL because AFL is the competition, Australian Football League. The game's Aussie rules. We were the Central West Australian Football League. So it's the same as rugby league's not NRL. NRL is the organisation. Rugby league's the game. AFL is the organisation. Australian rules football is the game. So, Justin, the report you're talking about, you don't like sports, so you don't fit. Yeah, well, I didn't fucking fit into the mainstream, man. If it was more in vogue to test for ADHD and autism when I was at school, I might have a story to tell, but no one talked about that when I was at school. I know, Safa, we invoked him. We said his name, and here he is. And yes, officer, he's been on the stream all night. What? Several underworld figures got whacked tonight? Well, that wouldn't have been Pat. He was innocently on the stream all night. Oh, yeah. Actually, I actually like the contrast of this sody water after having a really flavoursome cocktail. Again, not sponsored. I should be so lucky. Australian sody water maker, Cappy, and the really lightly flavoured ones I quite like. They still haven't brought out their new products. I mean, I'm on their mailing list. New product comes out. They stopped bloody making my favorite one, and they said, but we're coming up with something new. It'll be good. Trust us. Justin, I agree. Equating sport with being made, it's just ridiculous. Safa, you were forward pocket. I was left, right, out. No, my favorite position was probably half forward, actually, because you were kind of in the action if you were half forward. Pat, I am fine. How are you? How's the world treating you? How's everything in Pat world? Oh yeah, see that's what we did. We sometimes had to travel hours to a game. Oh yeah, I was a bit of a nerd. Hello, her ladyship. I am as you join us. I'm literally drinking soda water. I've had 2 cocktails so far. And one was called a Golden Phone. I really liked it. It was tequila, yellow chartreuse, vermouth, white creme de cacao. Really like that. That's a 9 out of 10. Well, no, I'm not going to drink. That's an 8.5 out of 10. And then I had one called the Saint Savant, which is kind of like a cognac Manhattan. It was cognac, sweet vermouth, cherry liqueur, Angostura bitters. That's like a 7.5, 8 out of 10. So if you're playing the ruck, well, yeah, I'd be on the edge of the ruck if it was in the forward part of the thing. Yeah. Ooh, so Dr. Jones doing a Manhattan variation. Smith and Cross. Oh, Smith and Cross with sweet vermouth. A rum Manhattan, but Smith and Cross. Damn. I've got some Smith and Cross. I have some fucking kick-ass Australia. Okay, I'm going to make that. Dude, you've fucking inspired me. I'm going to make it tonight. All right, now I'm drinking soda water. I'm pacing myself. I'm going to make... Actually, I'm going to use Smith & Cross as the accent. I'm going to split the rums in it. I'm going to use Archie Rose's triple molasses rum, which is just really fucking nice. And then a kick of Smith & Cross to beef it up. Because Smith & Cross has both a more intense flavor and higher alcohol content. Safa, Palmer's didn't... Okay, honestly, my eating habits were so weird when I was in Dubbo. I wouldn't have eaten Palmer, but I don't think they had Palmer when I was there. They would now. They would absolutely have Palmer in the pubs now. But I can't rate Dubbo Palmer for you because I've never had one. I think I had to do because I was a little bit tired last night because I did this all-day security exercise thing for work. But it was catered. I was off-site. I had to go to a place in Docklands and do this exercise. It was catered. They actually had Palmer rolls, which were actually... They had all the standard stuff you get when something's catered. Ham sandwiches, wraps, rolls, but I had a couple. I was actually pretty full then, but the little one with little chicken parma in a roll with some salad was really good. Dubbo pizza was actually pretty good. There were a couple of good pizza places in Dubbo. Her ladyship, you like Scotch eggs? I don't think I've ever had Scotch eggs. I reckon I'd go it if someone who knew how to make them, like made good Scotch eggs. I reckon I would be up for it, but I genuinely don't think I've had Scotch eggs. Now I want to look up a recipe while we're talking about it, in case someone says, "What's Scotch eggs?" Okay, so Scotch egg is a boiled egg wrapped in sausage meat, coated in breadcrumbs, and then baked or deep fried. I would abso-fucking-lutely go a Scotch egg, but I literally don't think I've ever had one. So, Safa, your hangover cure is cooking eggs? Well, short answer, Safa, yes. Bacon's carcinogenic. Probably too much salt and too much fat. Fuck it, man. I love bacon, though. That's my hangover thing. Bacon sandwich. Yeah, and you go Macca's sausage and egg McMuffins. I'm like cook up a bacon sandwich. Oh yeah, no, alcohol's so fucking bad for you. I'm not one of those people who tries to say like, oh, the opposite. No, alcohol's a fucking poison, man. So, ladyship, Scotch eggs are delicious. You switch out sausage for bacon. Oh, so boiling an egg, wrapping it in bacon, and then breadcrumbing. Do you bake or fry it at that point? That's my question. I think alcohol is carcinogenic, yes. And honestly, Safa, I can but agree with you. It's a sign of civilization. Getting yourself fucked up out of choice. You're intelligent enough to look at the world and go, man, everything's fucked up. Ooh, yeah, no, I'm on board with frying. Man, I'll come around to your place for a Scotch eggs wrapped in bacon and fried. Oh, goddamn. So, Dr. Jones, you made a bacon sandwich, avocado, lettuce and tomato, BLTA. Or actually, no, I've seen it. That's a blat. On menus in cafes, I've seen it. Bacon, because it looks good on a menu, call it a blat. Bacon, lettuce. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not even that drunk and I can't say words. Bacon, lettuce, avocado, and tomato. A blat. So, Safa, it's kind of like, yeah, I don't like people telling me what to do, but genuinely, alcohol's bad for you. Ah, yes, toothpicks. Hold the bacon to the egg till it cooks. Nice. Not actually sure what you're asking there, Safa. If you're asking, does the current conflict in the Middle East mean bad things? Probably. That shit could escalate in an absolutely... It's already horrific. It's already horrific. It could escalate in mind-bogglingly horrific ways. Oh, no, it's just like, no one should invade Afghanistan. That goes back centuries. Don't invade Afghanistan. It ends badly. I mean, maybe don't invade anywhere because it's a fuck thing to do. But just tactically and strategically, don't invade Afghanistan. It's fucked. Yes, alcohol is it. Alcohol's wild because alcohol is a depressant, but it can give you the illusion of being a stimulant, which is pretty fucking wild. It's because it lowers your inhibition and it can make you behave in ways that you might think it's a stimulant, but it's not. It's a depressant. But it is a poison. It is carcinogenic. It's a good time. What can I say? I like that. I feel like you've just seen something, Justin. That seems like a non sequitur, but I feel like you've seen something. Someone posting dumb shit on community notice boards. Yeah. The US has a corrupt deal with the Saudis, House of Saud particularly. But shit we're seeing at the moment could spiral out of control with almost no warning. You get people in Palestine going like, it's out of control. What the fuck are you talking about? And I go, yep, I feel for you, my brother. And I am being very self-centered and saying, it could spiral out of control for me. Yeah, Yemen is a weird fucking proxy war between the Saudis and Iran, and it's fucked and is killing so many people. But that's just been this constant low-level shit that's been absolutely horrific for the people of Yemen for so many years now. But the Hamas-Israel conflict has spiked so suddenly, and that could get out of control so quickly. Yeah, no, everything's poison. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the amount of processed food we're given is not good. And the amount of toxic... I mean, breathing's poison, for fuck's sake. If you're in a city anywhere in the world, the air you're breathing is fucking you up. And probably the water you're drinking as well. All right, so Justin, the thing you saw, Canberra Facebook notice board, KFC ran chicken. That actually happened in the UK a year or two ago across a lot of KFCs, which was interesting. Yes, Alpha, compared to like the country, Melbourne Air is bad. Melbourne Air is going to fucking kill you. But again, Melbourne's nowhere near as bad as some really big cities like London, New York, Los Angeles. Yes, microplastics. Holy shit. If you want to get fucking depressed, read up on microplastics and how it's everywhere and it's all through the food chain. And we're just fucked. We don't really know the long-term effects of microplastics, but no one thinks it's good. Are you saying Moscow is bad too? Okay. But basically any big city, the air is bad. The air is full of toxins and it's fucking you up. Fucking us all up. But the human condition, am I right? All right. That did not take me long. Okay, I think I should take a toilet break. Whew. 2 cocktails in the first hour. Which is honestly not that bad. Her ladyship, wonder why your heart's worse. And that's okay. We were talking about physical shit, but mental health, stress, etc. is fucking us all up as well. Whether you've been diagnosed or not, modern life is fucked and is fucking us up physically and psychologically, and being fucked up psychologically fucks you up physically. And yes, I would prefer to live in the southern hemisphere than the northern hemisphere. Absolutely. ISF, that's what I'm saying. The microplastics are everywhere. The fish are eating microplastics, which are in the ocean. But we're ingesting microplastics all the fucking time. And it's just like, well, you know, what the fuck, hey? All right. You know what? I might put chickens in charge. I think put some thought into this. Well, okay, that didn't fucking work at all. They all fell out. I put them in this, one of my cocktail mixing glasses. Okay. Let's see. I can get that. One chicken. I just leave... That's very old school. If I just leave one chicken in charge? Well, see, that's literally my thinking, Safa. Country areas, the air's cleaner, but it's really boring. But mind you, I remember because I had friends who lived just out of town in Dubbo. And when we were friends, their little property was on high ground. And so you were kind of looking down on Dubbo when you were at their place. And you could see smoke haze on Dubbo compared to out on the farms and whatnot. There was smoke haze in Dubbo, which is, of course, nothing compared to the bigger cities. But it's freaky how much, you know, just a somewhat concentration of humans will increase the pollution. So is this a ladyship? I like this. A council of chickens? We want a council of chickens, not a chicktatorship. Okay, fair call. Yeah, if a lot of people have wood-burning fires, that causes a fuck ton of actually quite dangerous pollution. But it's usually cars and industry. And yes, what I'm talking about is when I lived in Dubbo, being at a friend's property and looking back towards Dubbo, and you could see a fucking smoke haze over Dubbo, which would have been mostly because of cars. Okay, I am taking a toilet break, leaving chickens in charge. And then I am going to make the rum hatton that Dr. Jones inspired me to make. But I do need to take a toilet break, so I'm going to do that. I just drank a lot of soda water. That's my excuse. Oof. Okay, well that was a relief. Oh. It's over Smogger. Was more the high ground. Sorry. That's just getting very confusing. Actually, I might put the little banner up. Not making a video, but I am just gonna make a cocktail. I cannot be bothered fucking around too much. Okay. I put the cognac back. And we want to get some rums. This is the fucking rum shelf. What am I doing? Smith and Cross. Man, I do not have much Smith and Cross left. Okay. Actually, God, I have some good rums here, and I'm just getting paralyzed by choice. No, we'll keep it simple. We will keep it simple. I'm doing Archie Rose triple molasses. And this, you know what? I can't even be bothered putting that back. Where's my mixing glass? Okay, that was mostly water. All right. I'm going to do 1/2 ounce. A bit more. 1/2 ounce of Smith and Cross. 1.5 ounces of fancy molasses rum. No, that's not fancy molasses, that's triple molasses. 3 types of molasses rum. Some sweet vermouth. Sweet vermouth. And some Angostura bitters. All right. And we give it a bit of a stir. That's interesting. Strain that into the same glass that I've been drinking out of. All right. A rum Hatton. Okay. All right. Let's settle down. Let's vamonos, chickens. Get rid of the banner. I'll be honest, I did not wash my hands because I'm not touching anyone. Yes, cherry for a garnish. Definitely. I love actually spending the whole night having the cherry soaking in different drinks. So I feel like that gives it more flavor when at the end of the stream, I eventually eat the cherry. And the orange peel I keep for Mrs. Angry, and she puts in her hot chocolate in the morning. Oh, that's fucking class. Oh, that's good. That's got a more sort of robust flavor. I have had worms in mezcal for like 5 years. Yes. Okay. So, Dr. Jones, if you make one that's all Smith and Cross, I'll be fascinated to how that goes, because that's a really funky rum. Because I used a little bit of Smith and Cross and more of, I guess, a lighter, easier drinking rum. But compared to the cognac one I had, where I was just like, oh yeah, that just tastes like a Manhattan. Compared to the cognac one, this has really gutsy. It's fucking good. This has really gutsy flavors. So yeah, Her Ladyship, with worms, I bought a bottle of mezcal like 5 years ago that had worms in it, and I transferred them. This Her Ladyship, when I have a couple of really good spiced rums, like often things like Captain Morgan and stuff are shit, but I have 2 really good Australian spiced rums over there, and I was really tempted to make this with one of those spiced rums, but I'm staying true to it. So I might friggin' get into the spiced rum. It's early days, not even an hour and a half into the stream. So I may well get into the spiced rum. Ooh, maybe as an old-fashioned, a spiced rum old-fashioned. Because I do love me an old-fashioned. Ooh, I got to put some thought into that. Which spiced rum and what will I put with it? Ooh, that's some serious consideration to be had there. All right. This also probably would have been really good with one of my spiced rums. Fuck yeah, that's good. Damn, that's better than the other one. I like the cognac one. That's better. Fuck yeah. Ooh, there's a little... I think it's coming from the Smith & Cross. There's like a little smokiness. Not that Smith & Cross is smoky. It's normally what we call funky. It kind of tastes like overripe fruit. Overripe banana or maybe overripe pineapple. But that with the sweet vermouth. And this is a really trippy sweet vermouth too. This comes from South Australia, Unico Zello. There's also a distillery there, the Applewood Distillery, that makes pretty good gins and a few good liqueurs as well. But this, they call it yuzu because apparently there's actually yuzu in it. We made a sweet vermouth from fine Merlot and yuzu. Yuzu is an Asian citrus. Oh god, I have to have this bloody... Let's see, Count Yuzu. Yuzu topped with Strangelove yuzu. So I've got some yuzu soda in the fridge. I've got to do that. I keep meaning to try that. This with a yuzu soda. That's such a flavorful sweet vermouth. Do they have Jonah's Black Cursed Spiced Rum? Wow, I don't know that. No, I know what you mean. Jonah's Cursed Black Spiced Rum. Also, black usually just means they've put some additional caramel color. I'll show you my 2 spiced rums, actually. You know what? I'm even going to just fucking have a taste of them. Okay, so Brits and Illegal Tender. What's that? Nope, that's not it. There we go. Illegal Spiced. So, I have these 2. So, this is from Sydney Distillery Bricks. They call it Trail Mix. They actually worked with a bakery that's near them. So this is their rum infused with pastries, fruit and spices from Burke Street Bakery. They do about 1,000 bottles of this every year. This is the 22 vintage. 40% ABV, because that's another thing. Spiced rums are often lower ABV. Proper ABV. So there's the Bricks, which was a collaboration with a bakery, and this one, Illegal Tender Spiced. It's 35%. think this is from Western Australia. Yeah, this is from Western Australia. So Bricks is in Sydney, New South Wales. Illegal Tender is in Western Australia. There's a few rum distilleries in Western Australia, actually. Ah, okay. You've had 3 Great Northerns? Well, I'm on my 3rd cocktail, I guess. Still trying to pace. Oh, you know what? I think it's too fucking warm in here. I'm going to turn the air conditioning on before bedtime. Cool down these rooms. Decided it's too warm in here. I'll just put the air on. So yeah, I decided it was too warm here, so I've switched so the aircon comes on in here. Also, and the bedroom for Mrs. Angry. We're going to bed in half an hour or so, probably. Oh yeah, no, her ladyship. Good alcohol is the one you like to drink, and too high alcohol can be very hard to drink. No, well, geez, we had the whole fucking thing replaced because it literally fucking exploded and melted down. And the fucking not so much the estate agent, the owner wouldn't believe us, and they sent someone around and they said, yeah, that's fucked. And they didn't believe that guy, and they sent someone else around. He's going, no, it's like it's already coming through. Nice. I just got this cool waft come over me. Oh yeah, the vent's just there. No, I don't think it'll break again because someone completely fixed it. See, Dr. Jones, I'm just a huge fan of local, and I think almost wherever you are in the world, there are local distilleries that are probably doing really good things. Well, see, so I think there's a spectrum. Expensive alcohol is not about how good it is, it's about how rare it is. Like, so, you know, the thing that's going to sell for £1.5 million, $3 million is not thousands of times better than what I'm drinking here. It's just not. It's about the rarity. And it's also just about giving rich people something to spend money on. There are whole industries that exist solely to give rich people something to spend money on. Like there are watches that cost tens of thousands of dollars. You know, there are yachts that cost tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. There's just all this stupid shit that's being done just to give criminally rich people something to spend their money on. Oh yeah, no, her ladyship. A lot of this shit is about laundering. Art, at least 50%, probably closer to 80% of art. Not just people criticize modern art. It's not just modern art. It's classical art as well. At least 50%, probably closer to 80% of transactions in the art world is about money laundering and tax dodging. It's a fucking scam. So, yeah. What are you going to do? Actually, God, speaking about art and tax scams, reminded me of that movie Tenet that came out a couple of years ago, which didn't quite find its audience, but I liked. I want to rewatch because that was like a Christopher Nolan headfuck movie. Yeah, no, musical aviator for fucking real. Art is pre-20th century NFTs. Oh yeah, no. her ladyship, everything went downhill with Reagan. Everything. It's not even a joke. You can fucking see it. And he had his acolytes in Thatcher in the UK and he had acolytes here in Australia. Neoliberalism was the fucking death of us all. Safa, what's the ABV of what drink? My drink? Reasonably high. Actually, I could give you a ballpark figure of the ABV of mine, because if I go on the Difford site, they tend to give an estimate of a black rum Hatton. What's a black rum Hatton? Sweet vermouth, yeah. 2 standard drinks. Yeah, it's probably a fair call on mine. Mine was probably 2 standard drinks, maybe slightly more. This is somewhere between 2 and 2.5 standard drinks. If someone makes a time machine, oh yeah, go back and give Reagan's dad a vasectomy. Fuck it. But there were other people. The Conservative have been agitating since the 60s. Like when the counterculture started in the 60s, they had a counterplay. And they had fucking patience. I mean, like when you saw the overturning of Roe v. Wade, they'd been working at that ever since it happened in the 70s. And they're just fucking committed, and they reach their fucking goals if it takes them decades. Man, this is fucking yummy. Probably 2.5 standard drinks. What's the temp where I am? You're still talking at temps. 25 feels like 23. Jesus Christ. No wonder I wanted the air conditioning on. It's too fucking warm in this room. And are we still saying a little bit maybe of rain tomorrow? We'll see, because, okay, I'm probably not doing a stream tomorrow night because I'm going to an event. But you never know. So, Dr. Jones, speaking of yuzu beverages, Trader Joe sells coconut yuzu soda. That sounds fucking awesome. I love coconut flavor and I love yuzu. A coconut yuzu soda from Vietnam sounds fucking awesome. Gough, G-O-U-G-H. Gough is something else. I'm too young to remember Gough Whitlam. Gough Whitlam had so much potential that was ruined by ego, basically. Hubris is a very dangerous thing. Safa, coconut chocolate sounds good too. Her ladyship, insanely focused religious fanatics. Oh yeah, yes. Second Crusades. They, I think Gough introduced Medibank, which then Malcolm Fraser gutted, and then Hawke introduced Medicare, which the Tories have been progressively dismantling since. Even though economically it doesn't make sense for them to do it, but ideologically they're just committed to it. No, Gough and Rudd were really different. So yeah, Gough's public healthcare system was called Medibank, and Fraser privatized it, which is why there's a private health insurer called Medibank now. And then Hawke introduced Medicare. Holy fuck, that was good. Dr. Jones, if you make a rum Hatton that's all Smith and Cross. I'm super interested in how that turns out. Because that one I made fucking kicked ass, honestly. I'm actually, my private health insurance is with Medibank. No, it's not like a Medicare card. It's private health insurance. It's different. Ugh. Project 2024? Is that the Conservatives just trying to fuck everything up? Because they're having a pretty good time of it at the moment. And it was always really funny to me, like when I was doing the political stuff, the ranting on YouTube. In America. Stupid people. Smart people in America know why people around the world care what happens in America. Because there's a saying that goes, America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. In fact, in a really significant number of ways, American foreign policy can affect my life more than the Australian government policy can, because the United States sway over the world economy can easily be greater than what the governments of individual countries do. So it's fucked. No, Safa, I was a fucking kid when Medibank got privatized. And we didn't have cards. Okay, let me tell you, young fella, just put that phone down. You're always looking at the phone and you're scrolling and the ticking and the talking. Just sit down. Just sit down and listen. You know what? We didn't used to have the cards. We didn't have the cards for everything. People would just talk to you. They would talk to you and that's how it was. We would talk and we'd believe each other. We didn't have to have a card. You didn't have to have a card for everything. Back in my day, everything was simpler and more honest. That's my old man persona. I'm thinking of doing some YouTube videos as that old man. And leadership, yeah, unless you're a heterosexual marriage, seriously, you have to be a white cishet dude or you're going to be fucked. Taking away rights of women, children, queer people, it's fucked. Yeah, no, I had a fucking bank book. I used to have a bank book. You would go into the fucking bank with a physical book and you'd go, I'm depositing this or I'm withdrawing that. And they would take your book and they would fucking write on a line. That's what you did. And they would fucking stamp it. And that's how shit fucking worked. I had bank books. I did also I had one of the first bank cards that was released. That was with Westpac. No, Safa. It was the bank book was more like a passport than a checkbook. It's all paper. So, Dr. Jones, you're doing the Rum Hatton ass kicking train tomorrow. Yes. Oh my god. I fucking want to know how your Rum Hatton goes because mine fucking kicked ass. Yeah, no, I've even been thinking of doing the old man thing on my cocktail channel. Just break out a really old cocktail recipe because I do that quite regularly anyway. Very old cocktail recipes, and just do it as an old man. And go, why are you young people today? You're doing the cocktails on your TikToks, but you know we used to go to a bar. And there would be a man, and he would know what to do. And I'd say, I cannot emotionally relate to my wife or children. And can you put together a concoction that will blank out the emotional turmoil that I'm feeling and allow me to continue to function in this society? And he would do it. He would put the alcohol into a glass and then you could drink it. And the horrible turmoil and
the loathing of everyone that you came into contact with would diminish a bit. It would fade. It would fade into the background, and you could continue to function. And I miss it. I genuinely miss just using alcohol as a crutch.
My God, that's fucking terrible. I think I'm channeling my dad there. Jesus Christ. And ladyship, sorry. FEMA camps, barbed wire fences. It's really weird. I mean, I swear to fucking God, it's with and this is I feel it most pronounced with the United States, but I feel like it goes around the world. It's like when conservatives make an accusation, it feels like a concession. Like when they talk about people doing weird sex stuff or doing drugs or whatever, or like when conservatives say Biden's gonna lock people up in FEMA camps, I feel like they would lock everyone they don't agree with up in a camp real quick. It's just, man, I really enjoy having that soda water interspersed between cocktails, because the cocktails are really good. But I would literally, what are we? It's only 9:40. I would, if I just kept drinking alcohol, I would just be fucking gone. But all my taste buds have been brought alive by the cocktails. And so the soda water tastes super yummy. So if there's any progressive Aussies cared about world politics, well, I don't know. The conservatives seem to want to mimic the weird Trumpy bullshit. Oh, Jesus Christ, her ladyship. Wanting to protect your daughter, I absolutely empathize with you being deeply worried about your daughter's physical and emotional well-being in the United States at the moment. I absolutely empathize with your concern on that. It's just like, hey, Seuss, there's some fucked up shit happening. Ugh. It's almost Christmas party time, Safa. They're actually at work. They're actually asking about it. What do you think we should do? Should we go to a venue? In the building we work in, there's a terrace with a barbecue and shit. Do you want to do it there? It's like, I want something that's no stress. Either just go to a fucking pub and have a pub meal, or, and we did do this last year, just have a barbecue and shit on the terrace in the building. I just want something really low stress. Ladyship, Halloween. Yeah, I'm literally with you. I do like Halloween. And man, I don't live in a super affluent suburb. I live in a medium affluent suburb. I don't live in a poor suburb. I don't live in a super. I feel like a lot of people bring their kids in from neighboring suburbs to go door from door around here. And last year, I actually ran out of treats for the kids. I had more than 50 stuff. So this week, I'm going to go into the supermarkets. I'm just doing the mini bars. I'm not that rich. I'm not doing full-size bars. But I'm going to get a fuck ton of mini bars. And I just think it's cute. I love kids are having fun. Kids need to have fun. The world is fucked. Everything's fucked. Kids need to have fun. So I'm going to have treats for kids on Halloween. Fuck it. Yes, no, the Woolies and Coles are both doing half price things. So, no, so far I'm not super rich. You have to sort of go out to Brighton and stuff to be super rich. I know there's lots of jokes about candy corn is awful. I love candy corn. I think candy corn's really yummy. But, yeah, I am going to do shit. Oh, your kiddo's got to decide between being Pikachu or which. I've got some dress up stuff here. I might be the one who goes to the door when the trick or treaters come. Oh, her ladyship's throwing in a ew for candy corn. I know a lot of people shit talk candy corn. I kind of like it though. But anyway, I'm gonna get like little chocolates and things to hand out to kids. I'm just gonna get a bunch of stuff because it's just like, I don't know. Life's fucked. The world's fucked. The future's fucked. You do something small just so kids have a fun time. Fucking do it as far as I go. Oh, her ladyship, your fiance likes it, but you're like, ugh. Which is, again, legit. It's fair. It's fair. We all have our own vibes. Yes, but I'm gonna get a bunch of the little treat things and wear a thing. Tell the kids one each, you little fuckers. Actually, I might get some smaller things and go like a chocolate thing and a thing. Dr. Jones, wish me a good weekend. Yeah. I am super keen to hear how your rum hatton turns out. So I'm not. Look, there might be a surprise, possibly late Saturday stream, but brace yourself for me not doing a stream tomorrow night because I'm going to an event in the afternoon, so I might be too fucked to do a stream. I did not hear about worms in the Reese's, but I also did, because Reese's is peanut butter, which I'm not that fond of. So, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, Heine. Random. Star Wars X-Wing from Foam Core Parts. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, George Clooney donated to the Writers and Actors Strike. The Rock donated to it. And yes, George Clooney is a very handsome man. Oh, Heine, I'm so keen to see your X-Wing. I am so fucking keen, dude. Ugh. Okay, I kind of want to think of... Okay. Difford's Guide. Cocktail Finder. Just go base spirit. What do they recommend for spiced rum? Just going to see if they come up with an interesting cocktail for spiced rum. They've got 17 recipes with spiced rum. Fade to black, rum sour blackened with blackberries and charcoal powder. Okay, that's weird. I don't have any charcoal powder. Long Island spiced tea. That's a fun one. Right hand twist. Spiced rum and sherry. Ooh. Perfect Storm Highball. Sticky Toffee Fizz. Atlantic. Maui Tiki Tiki. A Rum Runner Old Fashioned. Okay, I need to look at that. All right, I have a few potentials. Okay, and Atlantic. Spiced rum, amaretto, blue curacao, lime juice, and apple juice. Well, I'm not going to make that. I don't have any apple juice. Rum Runner Old Fashioned. Blended rum, banana rum, spiced rum. That's just rum. Which, you know, fair call. But I could do banana. I don't have banana rum, but I could do banana liqueur. That would be like the sugar element for rum old fashioned. But I almost feel like I would split that, an aged rum and spiced rum. Oh my god! I just had a fucking inspiration for that because I was talking about doing an old fashioned. All right, a right hand twist. What's a right hand twist? Spiced rum, sweet vermouth, a bitter red liqueur, and sherry. Oh, no, I kind of think I know what I'm going to make next, actually. So you're saying The Rock and Oprah are hussles? Look, fair. I think they all are. Yes, Heine, absolutely a Discord, the X-Wing. Need to know. I think The Rock does have Samoan background. Not completely sure. Sorry, I'm just like mildly inebriated now. It's like, no, drink some more soda water. I have an idea for another alcoholic beverage, but we're just coming on 10. Yeah, I think Nanu seems okay. You love your backyard cinema, wandering around the backyard, watering everything with hose. JD, honestly, dude, living the fucking life, man. Living the absolute fucking loot life. Yes, Tim Smith. I am. Look, I'm definitely Tim Smithed. There was an article this week. Someone I think they worked at the ABC and at Channel 10 or something, and when they're in court, they were talking about having various challenges, and they're in court because they crashed their car while more than 4 times over the limit. They were 0.220, and I actually have no reason to believe she was bullshitting, because she had apparently been quite open about mental health challenges as well, and she apparently did not have any other sort of charges or convictions that were around inebriation. And she said this happened when she was at a low point, and she acknowledged she made a mistake by drinking and then driving. She didn't get a jail term, but it's like, suspended license for 2 years, and probably like a really fucking huge fine too. But like she was more gone than Tim Smith, but doesn't fit in as well for Tim Smith. Safi, you reckon you're more Tim Smith than me? You might be. I'm just hanging. Oh, nice. Your cinema's rainproof. Well, good, because it's outdoors. Saying it's 22 where you are. I think that's what it is where I am. Very warm evening. Very warm evening. What is it? Fuck no, it's 24 still here. Jesus Christ. It's warmer now than it's supposed to be at the warmest point tomorrow. So 24, and tomorrow's max is meant to be 23. Oh, well, this will be fun. It may or may not rain tomorrow. Like I said, I'm going to an event in the afternoon, evening, which kind of almost definitely means I won't do a stream tomorrow night. But who the fuck knows? You never know. But yes, my prediction is I won't do a stream tomorrow. Probably aim to come back on Sunday. But we'll see. We'll see, because I can't predict the future. I don't know what's going to happen. See, Tim Smith is a Labour Party member. I was getting booze advertised to me on Facebook. That's the Tim Smith Distillery. And apparently it's someone who was on some reality show in the US about, American moonshiner. Their family has been making moonshine for generations, and now they're releasing a commercial product. But I'm going to this event tomorrow. I may have something to report on Sunday night. Who knows? But we shall see. I might have some wild stories to tell on Sunday night. Maybe not. I don't know. I literally don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. It doesn't involve alcohol. When I say an event, it involves alcohol. So yeah. Ooh, honey mead. That's a really interesting one to go for. I have a mead, or the remnants of a bottle of mead. Is it down there? That Mrs. Angry made decades ago. Like literally a couple decades ago, Mrs. Angry was into making wines. I think the two I have is a fennel wine, which is quite strong, and I've used that in place of vermouth in some drinks sometimes, and a mead, which I also think is somewhat high in the alcohol content. But, you know, it's what it is. And like I said last night, I had my tapache that I made. Mead is like honey wine. Let's get a definition. We're on the internet. What is mead? It's fermented honey. Okay, so the base of mead, it's not a distillate, it's a fermented drink. So it's a fermented drink made from honey. So it's like honey wine. It's more, I think, honey wine than honey beer, because it's not bubbly, I don't think. So mead is more like honey wine than honey beer. I have a honey spirit over here. An eau de vie, an unaged honey spirit. Yes, that's a wonderful way to put it. Grape juice is a yeast. Wine is grape juice with the yeast infection. Not strictly saying it. Mead is not super sweet, but it is sweet. And you can actually buy bottled mead at like Dan Murphy's. Yeah, it's an alcoholic beverage that's brewed and honey is the base. So, Her Ladyship, you're going to make yours more fruity. Because I have a whole bunch of bottles from the Archie Rose distillery in Sydney, because they make both gin and whiskey. They make good gin, they make good whiskey, but they have beehives on the roof of their distillery. And so they did a distillation from the honey from the beehives. So mead is not a distillation. Mead is brewed. So it's honey wine. But Archie Rose did a honey distillate, which is also like an eau de vie. And so when it's distilled, it's not particularly sweet, but it does have some honey characteristics. It's like a weird variation of gin, actually. It's not as herbal as gin. And I've also got a barrel-aged version. You're tired? That's fair. Must be with you. Oh, a strawberry banana mead. That sounds friggin' awesome, quite honestly. That sounds really good. Those are good flavors. And getting together, a mash bill to do that. That actually sounds pretty cool. Okay, we're just coming up on 10. Jesus Christ, I'm fucking hammered. Okay, I absolutely need to pace myself. I was thinking like, I'm gonna get it, I might get my freezer martini. But yeah, maybe I should just drink more soda water, actually. Some kind of fucked. Oh, you did enjoy 30 Days of Night. I still think 30 Days of Night generally, very good. My two favorite moments when the the Eurotrash vampire finds an old wind-up gramophone in someone's place and puts his nail in the groove of the old record, and it actually plays the record. That was cool and weirdly creepy. And the other bit where they use a young woman as a decoy to try and lure people out, and they don't fall for it. And so the vampires just decide they're going to kill her because she didn't lure anyone out. And this old Eurotrash vampire gets her, and she's like, and she's just whimpering, and she goes, "Oh God!" And the vampire looks up and goes, "No God." And it's just like, yeah, this movie's fucked up. I love it. Also, 30 Days of Night as well, Her Ladyship? Yeah. I mean, honestly, that is my problem with almost every horror movie I've ever seen. The ending doesn't quite measure up. But what's really interesting is 30 Days of Night is based on a comic, and it continued beyond that first arc. There were 2 more arcs of 30 Days of Night, and I was super surprised they did not make more movies. I feel like they will at some point, unless the streaming services completely collapse, which is actually quite likely. I think there's a reasonable chance we'll get a streaming series of 30 Days of Night, because the source material's all there. They could run it for a couple of years. Yeah. The prequel. See, there are 2 sequels. There are 2 sequel story arcs. I'm not surprised there's a prequel. I feel like there was a... Why do I feel like there was a video game as well? Like maybe one of those Telltale... I don't know. Maybe that's my imagination. I don't know. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It's probably my favorite vampire thing, 30 Days of Night, just because it's so fucking brutal. Mind you, I loved that Francis Ford Coppola film from the 90s, Bram Stoker's Dracula, with some of my friends, housemates I was living with at the time. We would go to midnight showings of that. We must have done it half a dozen times. Gone to midnight showings in the cinema because we were just really into it. And I look back now and go, man, this is a seriously flawed movie. Like, Nanu's acting is terrible. But mind you, because I have Audible, and I was looking up what's free on Audible, and there was a version of Dracula. So the original novel, written by Bram Stoker, Dracula, is a series of diary entries and letters, and this dramatization on Audible is a bunch of different actors reading the different things. So there's 2 key female roles and 2 key male roles. And there's some big names on it. And it's actually really good. But what I was interested in is when I listened to that, which was just following the text of Bram Stoker's book, it's like, wow, Francis Ford Coppola's movie actually followed the text pretty closely. And hello, Hannah. Oh, yes, please. And am I the arsehole? Fuck yeah. We love controversy. We love controversy and deep questions. I feel like I have seen Company of Wolves, Her Ladyship. Drug trick movie. And with body transformations. I feel like I have seen it, but I can't remember it very clearly. Anna, I'm loving you just coming in with an "Am I the arsehole?" question. because that's the shit I can get behind. Goodness gracious me. Just trying to hold it together. Okay, so on top of working good old big dubs, you work at a cafe. Haven't been there a few months because you were sick of the company. They can be very dodgy, not very food safe. Okay, oof, you've already got me. Haunted Mansion, is that the Eddie Murphy one? Generally, probably be careful of men with unibrows. Yes. You never know. I don't know if they're all werewolves, but kind of be cautious is all I'm saying. So, Hannah, after a 2-month break from the cafe, you went to a shift and you're horrified. They had expired food they were using. When you stopped the chef and said, "What the fuck?" They basically said, "Fuck off." Oh, God. God damn. Oh, Strict Sega, there is a new one. Okay. Oh, yes. I somehow feel like I heard of that. It's kind of like ever since Disney had such a huge success with Pirates of the Caribbean, they tried to milk other things. And none of them worked as well as Pirates of the Caribbean. So, Hannah, no manager, roaches tap dancing on the kitchen bench, expired fridge. Oh, God damn. Oh, that is fucked up. So, her ladyship, you had the same thing at Taco Bell. So you quit. We're getting into some murky stories now. So you called the store owner. This is what's going on. Chef's told me he's going to continue. Yeah, he's going to kill someone. And that's the weird thing is if you make it's more likely they're going to make someone very sick. The person who owns it is going to be legally liable for someone getting very sick because of bad practices of the staff. Oh, yes. The new Haunted Mansion has Owen Wilson in it. Tiffany Haddish and Rosario Dawson. Damn. So, Henny, you were warning them. If the council came, they'd be shut down. Yeah. Not just the owner, but everyone on shift. Yeah, well, there are varying degrees of liability. Yeah, individuals are responsible for their own action. So if, like, the chef is doing bad things, they're responsible for that. But if the owner is not even there, they're still liable. So if someone's sick or killed, wrongful death. Oh, yeah. If someone is knowingly doing the wrong thing, or even just negligently doing the wrong thing, they'll be responsible. And it's a whole other thing that someone who's hands-on responsible for a bad thing happening has legal liability, but the owner who's not even there also has legal liability. Well, Hannah, we've just got to hope that everyone has your integrity. You walked out and went home. Reported them to the council. Yeah, fucking hell, yes. If they're doing stuff that's that unsafe and you said, "Wait, fuck, what the hell? This is unsafe. You can't do that." And then the council came in, shut them down, 28 days to fix the problem. Yeah. You are literally doing something to avoid a really serious health issue. People either getting very sick or actually dying. Food poisoning can absolutely kill you. And yes, human life is more important. So Strictly Sega, you did a film, Evil Ed. An editor called Ed has to edit violent films, lose his mind. Oh, wow. That sounds trippy. Yeah, Safa, I agree. Hannah's integrity is really important. And hello, Laura. So, Hannah, you feel like an asshole because they got multiple stores, protect full-time staff. Ugh. See, they're choosing the wrong thing. But you did the right thing. I know, and I get that you feel bad about the casuals losing out and whatnot, but you absolutely did the right thing. And the fact is, you said to the chef, your chef's like, what the fuck? And they said, fuck off. And it's like, this is a public health risk. You did the moral and legal right thing. And the fact that some people, innocent people, suffered from it is not your fault. It's the people acting like assholes that are the problem. Yeah, but yeah, okay, so you have that background. Your father's a chef who's not an arsehole. Mother's a food safety auditor. Yeah, so you've had that sort of stuff ingrained to you that's not acceptable. It's not. It's not acceptable. There are way too many stories about people getting horribly sick because of bad food handling and bad practice and people dying. It doesn't happen that often, but it fucking happens. And it's, yeah, like if they protected the chef and left the casuals hung out to dry, they're the arseholes. You definitely didn't do anything wrong. It's just like, fuck. Okay, so look at cocktail recipes. Rum. What's in a right hand? Rum, sweet vermouth. I've had enough sweet vermouth, I think. I'm just going to make an old-fashioned with spice. Ooh, I know. I actually know how I'm going to do that. Okay, I think I need to do another toilet break. Yeah, it's very tempting to report their other stores. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Safra, I love that your grandma was managing a restaurant in the USSR in the 70s. Jesus, I bet that was a wild fucking trip. Her ladyship, you had a close call from cross-contamination. Oh, God, no. Yes, if you have an actual allergy and people don't guard against cross-contamination, like shit that's literally life-threatening. Okay. I feel like... because I was going to go get some ice. I feel like... Oh, Laura, you can come and join me in a minute. I would thoroughly enjoy that. I'm going to do... okay, what are all these chickens doing? I'm going to do a toilet break and get a piece of ice, and then I'll give you the link to join the chat. Just put the banner in case a rando comes on. I'm not shooting a video. I'm making a cocktail. Oh, whatever. Just tell anyone who comes on. Chickens are in charge momentarily. Okay, so I'm going to have a toilet break and get some ice. And I will be back. Oh, maybe gone too long. All right, I'm back. I got some ice. I had a toilet break. I have a plan. Okay. It's my super high proof cask strength rum. 75.9%. 151 proof. I'm going to get some tasting glasses. And going to taste my two spiced rums. Decide which one I like more. Okay, chickens, you've done your duty. Her ladyship, you're uber tired. It must be a weird time of the morning for you. So Laura, the funniest video I've seen, Duck Army, someone pushed down like, yes! Yes. Oh god, yes, you're on your giant screen, so you got giant chickens. Okay, where are we? Invite link. Invite link. The link. Laura wanted to join. Anyone else wants to join? Anyway, I am going to taste. So I have not tasted. I've got this stupid amount of bottles, which means I go months without tasting particular things. So I forget what they taste like. So, Her Ladyship of Expletives. Might be time for you to call it. Been up since 10 yesterday, 7 in the morning. Holy cow. I excuse you. Hannah, Christmas chicken dog tooth. Oh, wow. Festive alternative. Nice. Laura. Hello, Laura.
Hello there. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good and bad.
Good and bad? That sounds average, yeah.
Yeah, well, I injured myself last week.
You injured yourself?
Yeah. Nothing too serious, but it hurts like hell. And I have a feeling that I might be doing that getting old thing where it takes longer to heal.
Yep, that's a thing. That is a thing.
So what happened was I went to visit my friend's at a flat a week ago today. Funnily enough, we had cocktails.
Okay.
And so as I was leaving, so I took my bike into the city. And as I was leaving the flat, it's like a hard right down the corridor.
Yeah.
And as I turned, I sidestepped, and the what? So Strickler Sega, Laura camera, make us moist. I hope that's not talking about me.
You never know with Strictly Sega what's going on there. So.
Yeah. Anyway, I sidestepped to the left. And I think that my shoe gripped the floor more, and it just fell over sideways, banged into the wall. And I just went and scraped the top skin off my left ankle.
Yeah.
So it's got I don't know what Australian coins are like, but a 5p piece, a dime kind of sized, maybe about a centimetre or 12 mil, something like that, circle. I removed the skin off my ankle, so it's this red, raw hole now. Quite deep. So, yeah. All it's done is weep for days.
Damn.
On the upside, a couple of days later, I went, oh my God.
Hi, Pat.
I feel scared now.
No, he's just here establishing an alibi. It's okay. How you doing, Pat?
He's thousands of miles away, so I should be fine.
Well, feel good. But on Monday, I see my doctor.
You saw your doctor on Monday?
Yeah, so yeah, face to face.
Yeah.
the doctor said to me that around the big right in there, in the rib. In the
Sorry,
back.
you've got something this big where?
And doctor said in the rib.
In your
the,
rib?
That's his arm. Yeah, right there. And not big, not much. And
Oh,
the doctor says very soon that cat, the cat.
He's going to cut it out.
Yep.
All right, you're going to get something cut out. It happens to us all sometimes, matey. Doctors want to cut bits off us. It's they just want to do it. Yeah, Hannah, I also don't think we're necessarily the best alibis in the world. I'm not sure anyone's going to believe us, but you know, it's a whole thing. So we just got to try and cover it for each other.
Go see Richard.
Ooh, what the hell? Sorry, my laptop's doing something weird. Oh, stop it. What's that?
So, quick thing.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be a quick thing. It'll require a lot of explanations. But I saw something on the news that you got far too many racist people in Australia.
Well, it's a combination of very actively racist people and very passively conservative people who are scared by the idea of change. But we have had an altogether depressing measurement of the quality of the population, quite honestly. The voice to Parliament resoundingly defeated, yes, by a combination of racism and complacent paranoia. And hello, Noog, by the way. All right, I'm just making myself an old-fashioned with spiced rum and just a little bit of severely overproof rum to kick it up a little bit.
Well, on the positive side,
yeah,
in the UK, we just had a couple of by-elections.
Yeah.
And the Conservatives panned badly.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, yes, if Labour win the next general election, I mean, I don't know. Keir Starmer just seems like a fucking Tory to me anyway. But...
Yeah, he's not great. I think the problem with him at the moment is that he is desperate for any votes.
Yeah.
Which means he will pally up to anybody and everything.
Yeah.
Even if it's things that he said that he wouldn't do.
Ooh, Mrs. Angry's going to bed. I need to go and get my breathing apparatus so I can stay in here.
Literal app.
2 seconds while I disappear and get some breathing apparatus.
So how many people you killed this week, Pat? Pat?
Yo.
How many people you killed this week?
Nothing.
That glint in your eye.
That'll work.
What do you do anyway? What's your job?
I'm gonna work on my TikToks and all that.
Right, breathing apparatus acquired.
It's more like
Stick that over there.
where's that?
You know what that's all about, Pat, having a CPAP machine? I know when I was last here, we were talking about the voice. Oh, man, wasn't it lovely to see in the media today Tony Abbott saying, well, seeing that was the role of the voice, we should stop flying the Aboriginal flag or doing welcome to country or acknowledgement of country. It's like, yeah, dude, we know you're a racist fucking filth, okay? We know that. Oh my God, he's such a piece of garbage, though. My God.
Who?
Tony Abbott.
Tony Abbott is a bad person. He's a bad person, and we don't like him.
So I gave a speech last week.
Oh, neat. What was your speech?
It was a trans protest thing.
Okay.
It went really well.
Oh, good.
I filmed it as well.
Oh, nice.
So it's on my YouTube channel. But
excellent.
what?
Cool.
Yeah. And the thing, what made it interesting, was that I had the audience engagement, which was really cool.
Yeah.
So I sort of prefaced it all with like, you know, feel free to boo at the appropriate time. You'll know when.
Nice.
So you know, and people did. So I mentioned J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, that was a boo moment.
Yeah, who I described as the patron saint of transphobes.
Oh yeah, she's the worst.
Sadly, she's not the worst.
Well, actually, no. Okay, yeah, no, that is actually a fair statement. She's not the worst. She's just quite bad.
Oh, Red, my sister came here today.
Your sister came around today. How is she?
Yeah, my sister cut. You know, my sister cut my hair today.
Oh, nice. Nice. Looking very suave. So does your sister like cut hair professionally, or she just comes around and say, Pat, you look terrible, I'm grabbing some scissors, and I'm just
No, yeah, gonna cut my niece hair.
all right.
My dad's hair.
So she cuts family hair. Is she a hairdresser like in a shop, or she just cuts family hair?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I used to get my hair cut by a lady across the street. So strictly say you think you're.
Tomorrow I'll go see my friends tomorrow.
You're going to see friends tomorrow?
Wrestling tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm doing some stuff. I'm doing stuff tomorrow, and depending how it goes, I might tell everyone about it on Sunday night, because I don't think I'll be doing a stream tomorrow night because of what I'm doing in the afternoon, because it involves alcohol. You know, so I might not be in any state to do a stream tomorrow night, but I can, if I don't, I can potentially tell you all about it on Sunday night. So that's all right. That's a thing. But yeah, okay, that drink's really good. Okay, no.
Yeah, they're drunk.
Heine was actually asking, did I write down all the Space Australia stuff? And I went, no, Space Australia, that was all in the moment. I think Heine wants me to actually make the movie about Space Australia. I was like, I mean, I like the idea of making the movie about Space Australia. I don't really have the money or the resources to do it. But we can, if someone wins Lotto and wants to finance the Space Australia movie, we can do it. I'm sure we'll remember all this. Oh, God. Okay. Speaking of Space Australia, this is not Space Australia. This is Outback Australia. I watch lots of trailers on YouTube for movies and also for TV shows and streaming shows and whatnot. So there's one, and it's kind of like 80s, 90s, old school Australian period piece. And it's a Baz Luhrmann film. And I think the leads are Nicole Kidman and Hugh Jackman, but it's got friggin' everyone in it. It's got Jack Thompson and Brian Brown and David Wenham, and it's got like literally friggin' everyone in it, and it's this period Oz thing. And I was watching the trailer, it's 2 minutes, and it was looking okay, as your Oz Outback adventure thing. Nicole Kidman's actually playing an English woman and whatnot. But then there was just this one moment where there's a scene where Hugh Jackman's character actually says "crikey," and it just was so fucking clunky. I still never. No, this is not Australia, the movie. This is a new movie. And the trailer looked mostly okay, but there was just this one bit where Hugh Jackman said "crikey," and it was the fucking worst. So I don't know, but I never actually saw Australia the movie, so I don't know. Oh, Space Australia is definitely Space Mad Max. Honestly, there's got to be a real serious Mad Max element in the Space Australia movie. Heine, you want me to crowdfund it? Could actually write a script. Look, theoretically I could, but it costs like millions of dollars to make a movie. And a big part of our thing was having everyone in it, and that would cost a lot of money.
Here's a question for you. So,
yeah.
Here in the UK, we've got thousands of years of history that's well recorded and stuff like that, whereas Australia, wasn't discovered until more recently.
The colonizers of Australia have about 250 years of history. Yes. But that's the thing. You can go to Indigenous Australians and they have tens of thousands of years of history. If you want some real good stories, when their entire culture is built around stories, there are some great stories there. But yeah, the European colonizers only have about 250 years of history here.
But here's the question. So, do you remember the movie U-96, was it? Or I forgot what it was now.
About a German U-boat?
Yeah, and it gets captured by the Americans.
Yeah.
But actually, it was a British...
No, it was that Hollywood film where they basically tried to kind of suggest it was Americans who broke the German code when it was the people at Bletchley Park who broke it.
Yeah, well, they got one of the they got one of those
The Enigma machine.
Enigma machines early on, like that, like what happened in that movie, except for that, it wasn't the Americans. I think it was the HMS Swordfishes. I can't remember what it was now. Anyway, the point is that the only reason why they had to make it an American boat in order to for anybody to really watch it, because the Americans, because it's an American movie, they wouldn't want to go to watch a movie about British people winning the day.
Yeah, that was the theory.
And so they made it an American movie, which is weird. Now the question is, especially given your little vote you've had recently, if they made a movie based upon Aboriginal stories and things like that.
Oh, there have been a lot of movies with Aboriginal stories. One goes way back into Australia's quite racist past, 60s or 70s. There's a quite good movie called Jeddah, Jedda, where the central character is Aboriginal. So there have been some very good movies made in Australia telling Indigenous stories, and some of them going back a surprisingly long time. In fact, I just want to look up exactly, because Jeddah was made a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm just curious how much people would watch it, because it's not white people.
Jesus Christ, Jeddah was made in 1955.
Wow.
And it is not terrible for the time it was made. But yeah, there have been some very good movies made telling Aboriginal stories, both in the modern context and in the historical context. Oh, sorry, Noog. That's a comedy sketch, Barbecue Area. That was made by white people. The majority. Okay, so the conceit of Barbecue Area is the continent of Australia was populated by Indigenous white people and was colonized by black people, and it was just highlighting how ridiculous. And Barbecue Area is how the black colonizers, when they landed, there was some white people like at the barbecue area in a park, and the black colonizers arrived and went, "What do you call this place where you are?" And they went, "This is the barbecue area." And they went, "Yes, okay, we named this country Barbecue Area." It's actually really funny. It's actually made by white people. You get a lot of Indigenous actors in it. But that's pretty funny. Barbecue Area is a pretty funny short film. But there's a couple of good movies. There are dramas, there are comedies. So you do get it's like White Man's Burden. It's basically reversing the roles. But Barbecue Area is a short comedy film. Pretty funny. It is made by white people, not black people. I feel like I feel like. Oh, what's that, Pat? The movie you went and saw.
That one.
What's it called?
The Exorcist.
Did you go and see? Geez, you love your horror films, don't you, Pat?
The Exorcist.
Exorcist. You would.
Get out.
No,
Get out.
this is
Bad. Yep.
Did it scare you?
I thought that was wicked.
It's wicked.
Oh
okay.
no, it's wicked.
I feel like I could show the trailer for this new Baz Luhrmann, Hugh Jackman, Nicole Kidman movie I was talking about without getting content matched, because they want it to be advertised. You know what? I'm going to take the risk because I found the trailer. It's called Far Away Downs, which is such a fucking dodgy name. So do that. Okay. I'm going to play this trailer. It's going to be on, as a series, it's going to be on Hulu, I think.
My husband was killed in a faraway land. This place is so barren, I can't understand what he would have seen. How do you?
There she is, far Faraway Downs. Welcome to Australia. This should be interesting.
It's all very outback adventure, isn't it?
I'm not saying it's for everyone.
Who are you? I'm Nala.
He's all alone.
I'm not good with children.
When you first come to this land, you look but you not see. Now you get your eyes open for the first time.
I'm going to bring Faraway Downs back to
I
life.
saw that one.
Nala, will you help me?
Yes.
Sergeant Callahan of the police. There's a half-blood Aboriginal child out here somewhere. Run! I thought we might put him in the good hands of the church.
Get off my property! To save this house, I need money.
Out here, your cattle's worth more than your land.
Move on!
What are you doing? Crikey.
That crikey. That crikey.
Is
What
like
the
a
fuck
country,
is that?
And you have no one to protect it.
We can't let them win.
We won't. Now we're going to do a drive with just me and my 2 men.
That's plenty old enough.
He is a child.
If he doesn't go, he'll have no country, no story. Japanese are coming. We must evacuate.
Whatever happens, whatever it takes, we'll be together.
I believe you.
The only thing you really own is your story. Just trying to live a good one.
There's another one. That's weird.
That doesn't look too bad.
There's another one.
The only bit that made me super cringe was the Hugh Jackman crikey. It was like, what? Oh no! Why did you do that? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
I know, Rays. That's seriously. It's the same people from the Australia movie: Baz Luhrmann, Nicole Kidman,
Yeah,
and
I
Hugh
saw
Jackman.
that. I saw that.
I say I liked. Okay, I like. What does he call that? Those 3 films, the something trilogy, and it's Strictly Ballroom, Moulin Rouge, and was it Priscilla, Queen of the Desert? I don't know, but I don't mind them. I never saw Australia the movie because it seems stupid. That one.
I saw that.
don't know.
It's wicked.
Yeah,
I saw
that one I
that.
don't
It's
know.
wicked.
But also
I saw
his
that.
Elvis movie, I thought was really interesting because it was very non-naturalistic, and this is me interpreting it, and I might be completely wrong because I thought what he was trying to do is go like, if I just do a straight version of the Elvis story, that's boring. That's been done 100 times. I'm going to do this thing. It's like magical and fantastical, and it's trying to recreate the fact that Elvis was completely new and Elvis changed everything. But yeah, I thought it was okay. Oh yes, Strictly Sega, thank you. That was it. Strictly Ballroom, Moulin Rouge, and Romeo and Juliet. And I actually do like all of those.
Oh,
I do like all of those. So yeah.
I love the way he called it Mould Rouge.
Moulin Rouge.
Yeah, but he spelled it mold.
Well, okay. It's really. Oh, okay. Moulin Rouge. Yeah, autocorrect. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm joking at the
Yes.
picture of it
It's-
rather than.
I actually loved the soundtrack of Moulin Rouge, like where they did those show tune versions of like alt rock songs. And even though neither Ewan McGregor nor Nicole Kidman are professional singers, I have to admit I did like that track that was released as a single from the soundtrack, Come What May. I haven't watched Moulin. I have that trilogy in a box set. I haven't watched it in ages, Now I'm kind of feeling compelled to watch it again. Because I did like Moulin Rouge particularly. I liked them all, but I liked Moulin Rouge particularly. But I thought.
I saw.
What did you see, Pat?
Saw.
Saw?
Yeah, Saw not 10. I
Saw 10. Okay, you just. Okay, I don't want to talk in stereotypes about the most feared killer of Australia's underworld, but he loves Saw 10 and The Exorcist. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. There's a thing. That's it. The Red Curtain trilogy. I was trying to remember that. That's the box set I have, the Red Curtain trilogy.
Yeah, things like The Exorcist, that's come down movies.
Yeah.
You know, that's what he does to unwind.
I don't think... You're talking about Saw being overdone. I think the only Saw movie I've watched all the way through was literally the first one. I've got a bunch of them on disc, and I think the only one I've watched all the way through is the first one. Young Mr. Angry asked me to get the Saw movies. He wanted to watch all the Saw movies. So I got a box set, and I don't remember how many of them it is, 3 or 4 or 5 of them. I never watched the first one. I kind of liked it because it's the two young Aussie guys, Lee Wannell and James Wan. And Lee Wannell particularly, I remember him from the 90s. He was doing this Saturday morning TV show where he's doing film reviews and stuff. And the fact that he just went on and made these movies, and James Wan did all these other things. I don't know. I have a genuine soft spot for little Aussie actors. So strictly saying, you love 1, 2, and 3 in the Saw things, and Saw 4 was perfection. Okay. I think I've got them on disc.
All
right. Pat liked 10. So Michael Myers went to Haddonfield. Called it Halloween. Yeah, no, Rays. We're quiet about who it is who likes the slasher stuff. Strictly Sega, I think everyone hated Australia the movie. I don't think anyone's championing Australia the movie. Like, it looked so fucking dodge, I never watched it.
I've never even heard of it.
No, it was a real thing, and it was like dodgy as hell. Oh man, that was good.
I saw that.
What did you see?
That you said.
Sorry, I just feel like also talking about things we said, because I recently just watched the documentary Not Quite Hollywood about the Ozploitation era, interesting and trashy films made in Australia in the 70s and 80s, and I just think that would be your vibe as well, Pat. I think you'd find it pretty funny. A documentary called Not Quite Hollywood, that's about all these really trashy films that got made in Australia in the 70s and 80s, which is before you were born. I know, you're a young man. But it's pretty funny as a bit of history. And what was also funny is like watching it with the various people who made these films, and some of them were talking shit about the other guys who made different films. But you look at some of them and go like, yeah, you weren't great, were you? So Ray's is saying the Australia the movie is 2.5 hours of shit. Yeah, no, it was terrible. Chog, hello, by the way. Hello. So you think Pat likes new movies? He does, but I don't know. I think when Pat saw all these wacky things that got made before he was made, I think he'd enjoy that because it's pretty funny. when you look at just this weird stuff
Yep.
that people were doing.
Hey!
My particular favorite, Quentin Tarantino's
Red.
in it. And he's being interviewed and he's just going like, yeah, no, these trippy Australian films that were made in the 70s and 80s, I love them. And then there's one, and it was just this weird, just pseudo horror film. And they made it, I forget what they called it in Australia, but in the US, they released it on video. And it was called The Day After Halloween, because it was made just after the movie Halloween made a big splash. And so it was, they just marketed it under the name The Day After Halloween. And it had nothing to do with Halloween, nothing to do with the movie. It was a real thing. And that was the funniest bit of the interviews with Quentin Tarantino. He's going like, yeah, you know what? If you get into exploitation films and you watch exploitation films, eventually you're going to get ripped off. And the film that was the rip-off, it was The Day After Halloween. That movie was bullshit. Rays, I also agree. The Castle is a great movie. Chog, you and Mrs. Chog watched something creepy. Oh gosh, a doco on the Jonestown cult. Yeah, no, that was bad. Jonestown was very, very. Oh, okay. Is that worth watching? Because I love the name of that, and I did watch the trailer for it, and it looked interesting. Such a good name.
No one will save you.
Save you.
No one will save you. Sounds like the last thing Pat says.
No, that's the last thing Pat says to people. Yeah. Talk to me. I think that's going to be free on the streaming thing soon. I'm a tight ass. I'm going to wait till it's free on a streaming thing to watch it. One Night in Paris. Good Lord. Oh, that's a bit of internet lore right there. One Night in Paris. My God.
I think the earliest Australian movie that I remember seeing was called The Legend of Frog Dreaming.
Wow. I don't know that one.
It's an American orphan kid in rural Australia and sort of gets caught up in this local Aboriginal myth about the Donkajin, and it's a kids' movie. The kid in it is the kid who played Elliot in E.T.
Oh gosh, okay. Yes, Strictly Sega knows it. Had the kid from E.T. Chog, we're talking films generally, but yeah, sort of specifically Aussie films as well. Strictly Sega, do you think No One Will Save You will be too dumb for me? I don't know. I'm pretty dumb. I mean, oh hell, Mad Max is so fucking Australian, dude. Mad Max is peak Australian, and particularly the original Mad Max would not be made anywhere but Australia. Okay. Ghost Rider is hilarious. Like, I remember I made a video on YouTube about Ghost Rider. It did actually get watched a lot, where I was basically saying the most implausible bit of Ghost Rider is when he rides his bike into the Yarra River and comes out. Because we all know the Yarra River is so polluted and toxic. If you submerge in the Yarra River, that's it. You're done. You're never coming out. It's going to kill you. Oh yeah, no. There is no question. Mad Max is so. Mad Max could not have been made anywhere but Australia, and that's the section in the doco. Not Quite Hollywood, that talks about the making of Mad Max and Mad Max 2 is really interesting because they were just fucking around. Oh God, you've been at Cooper Pedy is a wild place.
I think the next movie I remember from watching from Australia was BMX Bandits with Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman's first movie where she has that huge curly head of hair.
Yeah.
And the male lead in it, his name was Angelo D'Angelo, which is beautiful.
It's the name of parents that with no imagination.
It's beautiful. Like, yeah, the family name's D'Angelo, and they go, what do we call our son? Let's call him Angelo. Yep, that works.
It's the kind of idiots who call a black cat Blackie and a white cat Snowy.
Yes, exactly. Oh, that's a fun story, Rays. Nicolas Cage caught a mate of yours sneaking on set, got him to show him around Melbourne that night. Nice. I do really enjoy in Ghost Rider just picking out the various bits of Melbourne and whatnot. That's fun. It's kind of like watching the streaming series Preacher, which is based on a comic, which I was actually collecting back in the 90s when it was released. And I finally watched the streaming series this year, although it was made about 6 years ago. And the last season is all in Australia. And in fact, it's a lot of it's in Melbourne. And it's like super funny. It's like, I don't remember this. So about 5 or 6 years ago, they must have shut down whole sections of the Melbourne CBD to shoot these car chases and whatnot that they're doing. I don't even remember that because it's on the main bloody roads in the Melbourne CBD. But the Preacher TV series is kind of funny. Definitely not politically correct, but pretty funny and entertaining. So, Chog, you saw disgusting racism. Oh, Cooper Petey fucking sucks, man. Everyone I friggin' know who's been to Cooper Petey, who's not one of the white people who has sort of control there, is just like, wow, this place is kind of fucked.
Who is this guy?
Sorry, what was that, Laura?
Sorry, who's Cooper Petey? That sounds like a name.
Cooper Petey is an opal mining town in the middle of the desert. And it's so brutal, people actually live underground. They dig these caves out underground because living above ground would be too brutal. I got to watch the series Firebite is on SBS On Demand now. I've only watched the first episode. It's a vampire story, and it's basically it's a kind of obvious allegory for colonialism, and that the vampires are all white and the vampire hunters are indigenous. And it reminded me of this because Cooper Petey is with people underground. So the vampires are all living underground in these caves that were dug by opal miners. Sorry, Strictly Sega. Just randomly throwing in. I'm Jim Smith and have 2 women to grab. Steady on, champ. What the hell's going on there?
I actually watched the vampire movie yesterday. I watched The Lost Boys. And
The Lost Boys rocks. That's such a good movie.
That's weird because I didn't think it was that great. It was all right.
Oh, that's fine. I watched it when it was a new movie. I was a kid in the 80s.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's
in the
probably
80s.
why I think it's good.
Yeah.
If I'd watched it for the first time as an adult now, maybe not. But I watched it as a kid in the 80s, so I love it.
Yeah, it's weird how movies do that. I mean, I watched the movie Howard the Duck in the 80s.
Oh my god!
I thought I love that movie.
Jesus.
I really do love that movie, but I was a kid.
You can get it on some of the streaming services now. Seriously, I recommend if anyone out there has the opportunity to watch Howard the Duck, watch it because it was made by Steven Spielberg at like the height of his career. And you need to watch it and look at it and go, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, I actually bought the DVD and I had the bestiality bit removed. And
yeah,
like,
Howard the Duck fucking a human woman. Like,
well, it never actually did it. She just sort of hinted at it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, how strictly saying, yeah, Howard the Duck failed really badly when it was released.
That's the thing. Like I say, as a kid, I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was so funny. It was funny.
Sorry, Strictly
And
Sega knows the movies better than me. It wasn't Spielberg, it was Lucas.
yeah,
There you
it was George Lucas. It was a Lucasfilm movie.
go. Yeah.
But you know, like I say, I just love that movie. I've got a lot of love for it in my heart because that was what I watched growing up. So you know, it's like I suppose like watching the the Phantom Menace. Sorry, and it's like if you're a kid, that's a funny movie. Jar Jar Binks makes loads of sense if you're 12.
Yeah, there's a big difference between watching something as a kid and watching something as an adult. Definitely.
Yeah. So, like I say, I still love that movie. I don't care what anybody says. I still love it.
Ray's Bill Murray's your spirit animal. Like there are lots of fun stories about Bill Murray. There's some dodgy stories about him too. It's hard to be sure, but Bill Murray has certainly done fucking incredible films, both comedies and dramas. Like he's mainly a comedy guy, but he's done some pretty good dramas as well. And I don't know, maybe he's an arsehole. Who knows? It's very hard to tell in this world.
Again, don't have heroes.
Yes, exactly. Don't have heroes because first, it's not fair to the person if you elevate them above just normal flawed mortal. But second, they're almost certainly going to disappoint you because holy shit, the number of people I've had a very high opinion of who turned out to be fucking garbage is super depressing.
Yeah, I think the ultimate version of Don't Have Heroes is J.K. Rowling.
Well, she was the hero to a generation. And then her horrible behavior has forced at least half of them to wrestle with, Jesus, I can't continue to support someone who does this. Mind you, half that generation is going, I can separate art from artist. And it's like, she's still making money. When you buy that fucking Harry Potter computer game, she's still making a lot of money out of it. Yeah. And she is going on the record publicly as saying the fact that this was a commercial success is an endorsement of my gross bigoted views. And it's just like, and I don't know.
It's the biggest backfire though, because if she just like kept her mouth shut and kept her thoughts in her head rather than verbalize them, no one would it wouldn't make a difference. And yet she's pissed off the generation of kids that are the ones that are the trans inclusive acceptable people.
Yeah. Well, it was very telling that in the anniversary specials they did for TV, J.K. Rowling wasn't actually in them because the young cast, not all of them, but the overwhelming majority of them, point blank said, I'm not going to be in anything that she's in. I'm just not, because I'm not going to have an even implicit endorsement of her fuckery. It was very telling that she wasn't in the anniversary specials up for the movies.
Yeah, well, the reason was because the actors didn't want to be anywhere near her.
Well, certainly the three key leads, Emma and Rupert and God, why am I forgetting Harry's name?
Daniel Radcliffe.
Daniel, yeah. The three key ones were incredibly explicit. I'm not going to be involved in anything that seemed to be even implicitly endorsing her. Fuck that. And
Yeah, there are some
Yeah.
people that have come out on her side, which is just like, oh man. Best example is Stephen Fry.
yeah, a lot of the again, it's
Old
it
people.
is literally an age thing a lot of times, I think.
Yeah. Quick thing for Chug the Great, the Feta merchandise. It wasn't a true Freudian slip. It was a literal, I do it all the time.
All right. I also said Chog. Yeah, no, Richard Dawkins.
Yeah. Auto transfer. Yeah.
I feel like Richard Dawkins was partly driven off his trolley by the constant harassment and threats on his life by religious zealots. There was this weird thing where, say, like in the early noughties, the atheists, particularly the terminally online atheists, you would definitely say they were like leftist and whatnot. But then there was this morphing over a period of a decade or so where the majority of them slid into this right wing and even hard right ideologue bullshit. It's just like, Jesus Christ.
Mm.
Oh, Chog, Alice Cooper's a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
He, like, way back, I remember he was in Australia for something, and I remember Andrew Denton was interviewing him, and Alice Cooper had said something basically in favor of the Iraq invasion, and Andrew Denton saying, why are you in favor of that? And he's going, because of 9/11. And Andrew Denton's going, but the people of Iraq want nothing to do with 9/11. And Alice Cooper's going, oh yeah, but they weren't sad when it happened. It's like, I'm sorry, you're in favor of an invasion and a war that killed 1 million civilians because they weren't up. It's like, fuck you, dude.
Because they
Alice
didn't.
Cooper is like a Trumpy, far-right, bigoted piece of shit.
Yeah, it's like they didn't pick our team, therefore they should be invaded.
And I say this as someone who's a huge Alice Cooper fan in my youth, particularly the whole Welcome to My Nightmare thing. I saw the movie Welcome to My Nightmare in a cinema, and I think I still have it on vinyl somewhere. And I fucking loved it when I was young. And it's so disappointing that someone whose music I was so into turns out to be such a piece of shit. And he is. He's an absolute piece of shit.
I want to go back to something I was talking about at the start. I mentioned, my start, when I joined anyway. And that was about the little by-elections that have gone on. And they've been so disastrous for the Tories. Because there were a couple a few months ago, and they managed to win or retain the Boris's seat.
Right.
The Conservative Tories. They managed to, and the way they did it was by London has been expanding their low emission zone, ultra low emission zone. So the idea is that they have the emission zone in the centre of London.
Yes.
So if you've got a vehicle, if you're driving a car or whatever, that's got really bad emissions, then it costs you X amount to go into the city.
Yes.
And they've expanded it. And, like 85%, 90% or something like that of vehicles are already compliant. So it won't make any difference. It's only if you drive a shitty old car with really bad, emissions that it'll cost you like, £16 a day. And so outside, and this was supposed to be like anywhere in the London, the suburbs of London as well. And people are angry about this, and so on. And the government made it a part of Labour want to sort of make it expensive just to go to the shops.
Yes.
And so people didn't vote against that, and that was how they won. And then it became policy, amazingly. Anyway, so this the two by-elections that have happened is one was Chris Pincher by name, Pincher by nature. Literally, the phrasing. He basically groped some guys in the Commons type, in Parliament area, like the dining room and stuff like that. And then Nadine Dorries, who was one of the people that worked for Boris. And when Boris, when a prime minister resigns or gets elected out or whatever, they can do something. They can nominate people for the House of Lords.
Mm-hmm.
And Nadine Dorries was told that would happen to her, and then it didn't, and she was pissed. And so she said, "Right, I'm going to leave immediately." And 3 months later, she still hadn't left yet, but eventually she did. And as a result of one guy being kicked out of the party and having the whip removed, which caused a by-election, and another one saying "fuck you" and causing a by-election, we've just had these two. So in Tamworth, turns out Labour were the pincher for this seat. They got 11,719 votes. The Conservatives got 10,403. And just to put it into perspective, they had a 19,600 odd majority. And now, they've lost so much. They lost 26% of the vote, which is just immense. And then in the other one, Byfleet, which has been conservative, with the exception of nearly a decade back in the early 2000s when Tony Blair was Prime Minister. And that was because the Tories had a sleaze problem, and now they've got a neo-sleaze problem. It's like a hardcore seat for the Conservatives. And they went from having a 24,664 majority to a 1,192 loss. 28.6% swing. That's just nuts.
Yeah, so they're probably going to get creamed in the next general election.
Oh yeah, that's almost.
And then you get Keir Starmer PM, who's indiscernible from a Tory anyway. But
yeah, he's flipped on so many things.
We're
going to renationalize railways. No, we're going to get rid of tuition fees for universities. Gone. And a whole bunch of other ones as well. He's got a transphobic MP in the party, and doesn't want to do anything about it because, potentially she has a bunch of people there who will vote for her because she's transphobic. So we need to make sure we need the votes from the trans people and we need the votes from the transphobic people as well. And so we'll not really make a fuss out of it.
Yeah. I kind of noticed Safa in the chat saying, where's the UK PMFA? I don't know. The current guy, I don't know. He's just fine. But it is actually, well, I was looking up what happened on this day. Today is the 1 year anniversary of What's-Her-Face getting outed, which made her the shortest serving PM in the history of England.
Funnily enough,
days.
Funnily enough, in my speech, I did mention Liz the Lettuce Truss.
Liz Truss, goddamn!
But I literally called her Liz the Lettuce Truss, which got a laugh out of everybody.
Yeah, but for reals, today is the 1 year anniversary of her getting knocked off, and which put her down in the history books as the shortest serving prime minister in British history.
Yeah, it was less than 2 months.
49 days.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I
That's
know.
terrible.
Crashed the economy.
Yeah, just a fucking disaster.
Yeah. Because that's exactly what we need in a cost of living crisis.
Oh, oh my God, what a fucking shit show.
Yeah.
Rose, I love that. Joe Strummer would have been a good PM, except he died. I was literally thinking about him today because I have the YouTube music thing on my phone, and I love just picking a song and seeing what it picks after. And I was thinking of Big Audio Dynamite today. So I think I might set up tomorrow's playlist. Okay, the first one, I'm just going to put in Big. Ooh, that's interesting. Based on my previous searches, Big City Life comes up first. I do
say big music.
Big City Life came out last year, which I really liked. Big Audio. So if I go Big Audio Dynamite, what song do they recommend I listen to first? Rush! Of course it is. Rush is what they thing. So all right, I'm going to listen to that tomorrow and see what playlist it auto generates after that. Sort of fucking 90s stuff. Yeah. Chog, oh, you mentioned you're looking at Sky. Oh my God, it's fucking filth. But I saw someone, like, I mentioned this earlier, like Abbott had an opinion piece in The Australian or something that's fucking filth. And yes, Rays, The Clash is awesome. My original year 12, our song at the school discos was Rock the Casbah, which is honestly kind of fucking hip for Dubbo, quite honestly. But that's the thing. So, yeah, we are just, sorry, that's my generic term for how I'm feeling about things. Oh, wow, Safa, that's an interesting one. You're rewatching the first... I thought the first two Thor movies were average at best. Thor 1 was good. Thor 2 was kind of average. But then you got Taika Waititi did Thor 3, Ragnarok, which just fucking rocked. Absolutely one of the absolute best Marvel movies. But then his next one, Love and Thunder, wasn't terrible, but was... okay, suffering. Thor 2 is crap. Yeah, Thor 2, not great. Thor 1's pretty good. Thor 2, not great. Thor 3, Ragnarok, one of the absolute best Marvel movies. But then it's not that Thor 4, Love and Thunder, was terrible. It was just kind of... and Thor 3 was so good. You haven't seen 4 yet. Yes, okay. Spoilers for a 5-year-old movie. I didn't love it. Didn't hate it. Didn't love it. Ooh, you love Winter Soldier. I do not mind Winter Soldier at all. Black Panther might be my favorite Marvel movie.
I think the best comeback, which was in the, sort of that group, was with Captain America saying, "Without the mask, without the suit, what are you?" And it's like genius, philanthropist. I can't remember what
Yeah,
played.
no, it's like genius, philanthropist, billionaire, playboy.
Yeah,
yeah. Because yes, he was headbutting with Iron Man. Yes.
Okay, so I said my foot. I just thought you'd like to see it.
Oh yeah, sorry. What are you sharing here? Oh, what the hell is this?
That's my ankle.
Your ankle? Oh, what? Did you hit it on something?
I fell over and somehow removed the top skin, and it's like a millimeter thick skin.
Yeah.
The reason why it looks all sort of wrinkled is because I've had it dressed up for the last few days.
That looks like something that's been bandaged up. Yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that it hurts. No,
Yes.
so it doesn't really hurt as such. It only hurts when you bump into it, which I've fortunately been avoiding. But it just doesn't. It doesn't want to sort of heal up very well.
Yeah, no, I get it.
A bit more though.
Look, I'm on board with what you're saying there. Black Panther was good. M'Baku was very good in that he was telling everyone else they were full of shit, which was quite good.
Didn't the actor from that movie die recently?
Yeah, Chadwick Boseman died from cancer, which was sad because he had a potential great future in front of him. He was really good. Hashtag fuck cancer. I say this as someone who comes from a family that has a significant statistical overrepresentation of cancer. So I'm going to take the controversial stance, going on record as being very anti-cancer. Not a fan of cancer.
Yeah, especially in politics. But
Oh God, sorry. Ray's doesn't like feet, so we put him off there. There you go.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I won't show you my feet, Rays. In that case, I have.
Yeah, another thing is that it's caused an edema in my foot, so I've got a swollen foot as well.
Yeah. So yeah. Rays has a problem with feet. Okay. I have a few issues with my feet. Yeah. So Chog, fuck cancer. Oh, okay. You've been dealing with melanoma. Yeah, it's fucked, man. Like I said, the incidence in my family, I feel, is statistically significant. So I'm always super paranoid, which is why I pay for private health insurance, because if I get an indication that something might be wrong, I want to be in hospital getting it treated straight away. Same as a couple of years ago, I got a false positive from the government poo test, which when you reach my age, the government gets super interested in your poo and wants you to send them some, and they screen it for bowel cancer. And I actually got a false positive for blood in the sample. It's probably because I was like, I don't know, mildly constipated or something at the time. But yeah, that's when I had to get the scope. So I actually streamed. Oh no, I didn't stream from when I had the scope done, because the anaesthetist, when I had the scope done, said, I think you might have sleep apnea. So I went back in for a sleep test, and they said, yes, you have sleep apnea, which is why I have the breathing apparatus now. But I did live stream from the hospital the night I was in for the sleep test.
You have a life app.
Sorry, was that Laura?
You have a life app.
A life app?
Well, it's the apparatus app.
It literally
Stops
makes sure I keep breathing while I'm asleep.
Yes.
And again, Charlie, who hasn't been on the stream for a while, but he was, he was on it a bit in the past. When I said something, oh yeah, my sleep test said I was stopping breathing 30 times an hour, and the longest was like 45 seconds or something. He was like, those are rookie numbers. I had the sleep test done. I was stopping breathing 70 times. I was like, Charlie, that's more than once a minute. And you go, yep, you better believe it, brother. It's just like, oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Just going back to movie talk. Chog, the first Iron Man film fucking kicked ass.
Yes.
It was incredible. It was absolutely amazing. The first
number two was brilliant too, as well.
Because I feel like no one had made a good comic book movie before that as well. Oh, actually, Stricker Sega, I did not know your name was Charlie. There you go. We've had a few Charlies on the stream at various times, both male and female, actually. So there you go. No, I actually put a video on my YouTube channel, Charlie Hain, where we did the thing of bad decision juice, which was mixing spirits with energy drink. And it's like, okay, here's our concoction. We're making bad decision juice because there's enough alcohol to give you ideas of what would be a bad thing to do, and there's enough caffeine to give you the energy to act on it. Heine, you like the early X-Men films. I think like X-Men 2 is better than X-Men 1. Chog, you like Spider-Man 2. Yes, I love the Deadpool movies, I have to admit. Which Spider-Man 2? Is that like the Tobey Maguire one you're talking about?
Yes, I like those movies.
Oh, Stricker Sega Phantom with Billy Zane. That was wild. Yeah, I don't know. Charlie moved on. People move on. Charlie was cool. Female Charlie. But yeah. So we were talking about Phantom. I remember Australian rapper Briggs released a track for the referendum that was just called Yes under his AB original moniker. So it's him and Trials and various guests, and it's a fucking banger actually. AB originals track, bang, and it was just very like they do make an assertion as like, is that yes or no and whatnot. And again, Briggs just has a fucking great sense of humor as far as I'm concerned. And there's one thing where it's talking about, justice for the people. Yes, Pauline Hanson, no. And then just throws in, does every black fella love the Phantom? Yes. It was so left field. It was so unexpected. It cracked me up. Does every black fella love the Phantom? Yes. Stricker Sega, you missed that chick from South Australia. I don't know that. Charlie was in Queensland, so I think you're talking about someone else, unless you're confused about Charlie. But I don't know. It was the whole thing of I was doing these streams to keep us sane at lockdown. Various people have come in and out over the 3.5 years that I've just been doing the live streams. It's just the way it is. People have lives. Nothing stays the same forever. And I do absolutely miss a whole bunch of people, but it's like, I don't know, they got their own thing, they got their own life, and they moved on, and that's cool. God, I just did have a flash of someone. I'll now just be really vague because I'm kind of shit talking someone without talking about who I'm talking about, and I did kind of get warned about them by someone, and I thought I'll give them a break, and they were periodically a bit different, and then they just kind of disappeared, and then at one point I realized they'd unfriended me on Facebook, and this is not someone I had a blow up with on the stream or anything, so this is I'm just being weird and diabolical and vague here, and I realized they'd unfriended me on Facebook, and I thought, well, that's a fucking relief. But it's super weird that they unfriended me because I didn't have a blow up with them, and I don't know what this is about. But then they reappeared on my Facebook, and I went, oh, I don't know. People are weird. I'm weird.
Yeah. Sort of movie I made a movie reference in my trans protest speech. I described current Home Secretary Suella Braverman as Suella Braverman is what you get when you feed Priti Patel after midnight.
That is a killer line. That is
that got a hell of a laugh.
That's a fucking awesome line.
Yeah.
Chog, I mean, I literally, like, I've been doing these streams. Like, I stopped doing pre-recorded videos 3.5 years ago, and it was largely because the world got so weird and fucked up. I just wanted to have these as a sanity preserver. That's just how I see the world continuing. So I do intend to just keep doing the live streams.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit lazy as well, because I'm just going to do a live stream. You just turn it on. You don't have to write a script.
Oh yeah, it is absolutely less work than scripting a pre-recorded video.
You know, I mean, I've made YouTube videos, railway modelling ones, and it takes ages. You know, I can spend 8 hours, editing a video together.
Yeah.
But then again, I've gone and filmed probably like 15 hours of modelling work. And I'm trying to make it into a half-hour video.
Well, you're used to putting hours and hours into stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just love Alexander's reaction to your feeding Suella Braverman after midnight.
Yeah. She's an extra layer of awful, because
she is.
I mean, one of the things she said, she claimed that migrants lie about being gay to enter the country, and stated that LGBT refugees facing persecution in their home countries wasn't sufficient enough to claim asylum in the UK. So, being beaten up and threatened with murder, that's not enough.
Yeah.
To claim asylum.
Yeah. Joe, just throwing in, Joe, I do tend to agree with you. There's a very delicate balancing act. I try to be compassionate to other people, but ultimately I'm not responsible for how someone else's life goes, how they lead it. We are responsible for our own things, but I do try to be compassionate generally. And I do love the metaphor there, Rays. You just took the biggest Thatcher ever. Will it flush? Oh my God. I was at a venue. They had these toilets that I haven't seen before, and they were water conservation ones. They were wild, like the shit of the bowl. The hole in it was literally only about this big. There's water, and I thought, how does this work? And then there was a sign on the wall, something about them being vacuum toilets, and I was like, whatever. And I flushed, and they were like these weird cross between, like toilets on airplanes, there's no water, and when you say flush, it just opens the thing and it vacuums everything out. These ones did have water in there, but it didn't evacuate by water flushing in. When you hit the flush button, it just opened this thing and it sucked everything out with this really aggressive noise. And I was like, okay, I haven't experienced that before. That's a new thing. Jesus.
My toilet sucks.
And that's how these ones work. Yes. These toilets.
Do you know, when we lived in Germany, one of the weird things I noticed is they have a poop shelf.
A what?
They have a poop shelf that it's like a flat bit, and then at the back of it is the hole. And so,
different toilets in different countries can be weird.
Yeah, so that, like I say, they've just got this flat piece towards the front.
Yeah.
And it's always at the back. I can't remember now, but anyway, and it's just so that if you might feel the need to examine it, you can.
Yeah. Oof. And it's kind of funny, like Americans come to Australia and they want to know, is it true that the toilets swirl down the other way? And you go, no, our toilets don't work like yours. American toilets fill up with water and then drain down and swirl away. Whereas Australian toilets have a much lower level of water, but when you flush, it's just like a waterfall goes in and washes everything down. And so Americans get super disappointed that our toilets don't actually swirl at all. They just work completely differently. And on one level, I go, how do humans do this? How do humans in different countries come up with completely different decisions on how their toilets should work? It's weird. I just think it's weird.
There you go. I'm sharing screen for screen.
What are you sharing there, Laura? That's the German poop shelf. Okay.
Yeah.
I have actually seen toilets like that in Australia too. But that's the poop shelf.
Yeah, it's just like how weird.
Yeah, no, American toilets are weird because they fill up so high. Like I worry my balls are going to end up in the water in an American toilet. But they're very strange. But yeah, no, this vacuum toilet that I experienced yesterday for the first time as a water conservation thing, that was pretty wild.
Do you know, I got a bunch of sort of LOL type likes when I sort of liked. Every now and again, someone will tweet out, you know, why did you transition? Wrong answers only. And one of my responses was because the toilets are cleaner in the ladies.
Look, that was a thing, particularly growing up in the deep distant pasts I did in the country. Men's toilets and women's toilets, public toilets, used to be extraordinarily different. Like women's toilets would be clean and have pink tiles and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And men's toilets would be a fucking disaster area.
Mainly they smell like piss because they just had a big massive like metal trough, is best to
say. And it's like because it was somehow unmasculine to want hygiene. It was a fucking like literally, like even just like if you're on a road trip, you go into a service station, the men's toilets in a service station would be a fucking nightmare, and the women's toilets in the service station would actually be clean. And it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with this country that men's toilets are an absolute fucking abomination and women's toilets are clean? It's just like, what is going on here?
I think the worst thing I've seen about men's toilets is that, you know, half of men don't fucking wash their hands. What is wrong with those people?
Well, you know what? Back when I wanted to do stand-up comedy, I had a whole routine about this, and I said, okay, there's often a question raised, like when you're a dude, when do you wash your hands? Well, obviously, if you take a shit, you wash your hands. But if you're a dude and you're just taking a piss, when do you wash your hands? Well, it's obvious. If someone's watching. if someone sees you take a piss, you go wash your hands. There's no reason. I mean, when I look at it, I wake up in the morning, I have a shower, and I wash my junk, and then it's in my underpants. And so my dick is the cleanest part of my body. It would make more sense to wash my hands before I touch my dick than it does to wash my hands after I touch my dick, because my dick is way cleaner than my hands. So, you know, I should wash my hands before I touch my dick, not after. But then I found out some guys actually do that, so that ruined that whole thing. And I remember I was doing it at an open mic at a pub, and after I did this whole thing about how saying my dick was the cleanest bit on my body, I said, like you're talking about, you know, cleaning the glasses at the bar. My dick is cleaner than that cloth they used to wipe the glasses at the bar. So after I finish here, I'm going back to my job behind the bar cleaning the glasses. So you all have a good night. That got a really mixed reaction from the audience.
Yeah. One of the things
that I was wiping my dick on their glass before something was poured into it.
Yeah, one of the things that I do used to do when I used to go to the guys is knowing that people didn't wash their hands. When it came to leaving, I would sort of hold the bit of the handle where no one touches. So I open the door because the door's open towards you.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, dear me, just so disgusting. I mean, I can understand if you peed up a tree. Okay, fine. But you're in a bathroom and they got sinks. Like I say, other guys don't seem to wash their hands at all. It's a bit like it's a bit like the joke of the peanuts at the bar.
Yeah. I remember seeing some posters in some public toilets for men, and there's a picture of like a guy on the door, and the door handles where his dick would be, and it was suggesting like if you don't wash your hands, it's like you're grabbing another guy's dick when you open the door. And it's like, hey, why are you making a door? Why is the exit something I have to pull? If the exit was push, then it would be fine. Like I wash my hands and push, and that wouldn't be an issue. But it's like if you pull, it's like fucked. So, Chog, your YouTube app keeps buffering. Oh, I don't know, dude. The fucking YouTube, there is literally
Turn the res down, maybe?
100 things that could make YouTube act screwy, and we have control over very few of them. If weird fucking shit is happening, it's pretty much just, yeah, man, weird fucking shit is happening.
Yeah, my suggestion would be to reduce the resolution. Not only that, it makes Angry look younger.
Yes. Yes, less definition on the wrinkles. Thank you. Now, do I wash the hands after a wank? It probably depends on when I'm having a wank and what I'm doing afterwards, because depending on circumstance and context, can make a bit of a mess. I don't know. Depends. Sorry. I was just going to gratuitously throw in, if I have a wank at work, I'm going to wash my hands, because I don't have a wank at work.
Good. I'm glad you had put that in there, because I looked at the screen with my what the fuck face.
Yeah, no, it's just, context is important. What, and it's the whole thing. How messy was it? And what are you doing afterwards?
I'm kind of reminded of the religious bigots who's like, oh, gay sex is so disgusting. Gay men are so disgusting. It's like, I'm sorry. Have you seen gay men? Gay men are some of the cleanest people you can find.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's the cishet men who are gross and disgusting. It's kind of funny because the various subreddits where people ask questions, there was a period, but it was like 10 years ago, where the questions were genuine, like, the am I the arsehole and whatnot. But since then, the things that occasionally go viral, people who've deliberately told some fake story about something, because they saw some, like I said, about 10 years ago, some genuine posts went viral. So people try to make up something really wacky in the hope it will go viral. But the ones that I believe are genuine, and like I said, these are about 10 years old, women saying, does everyone experience this, or am I in a bad relationship? And it was like guys who refuse to wipe their ass because they think it's gay. And women telling stories about how when the guy is like lying on his back in bed, he actually leaves like shit stains on the sheets because he doesn't wipe. And it's like, I believe these are real because it's just like fucked up and just weird hung up guys who think wiping their ass is gay because it involves spreading their butt cheeks. And it's just like, no, I genuinely believe there are guys like this. It's fucked.
I mean, the only real excuse would have been like, 2 years ago now when the whole COVID thing was going on and there was a massive shortage of toilet roll.
Yeah. No, these are guys who are convinced that they're completely clean and they just squeeze it off after they take a shit. And if you spread your butt cheeks and wipe, you're definitely gay. And it's just like, I'm horrified. You guys fucking freak me out.
Yeah.
And like I said, the stories these women told were just horrific. But I swear to God, you know what it made me think when I read these things? It's like, am I trying too hard in relationships? Because these guys are apparently in relationships with a woman and having sex, and they are literally not wiping their asses. And I didn't even consider that as optional. Like I don't want to big note myself, but in terms of relationship, I go above and beyond wiping my ass, and so it's like, wait a sec, these guys are maintaining relationships when they're literally not wiping their asses? Am I crazy? Am I doing too much?
I used to know this. I used to deal with this idiot religious lunatic on YouTube, and he explained that he's had a number of urinary tract infection problems, and I think I know why.
Right.
Because he's really religious and he's been told that like penises are evil or something. He doesn't seem to wash it when he has a shower or something.
Oofed.
So and like I've come across someone on there was one of those look after your body type TV shows.
Yeah.
And apparently there was this guy who was religious. Sounds like the same thing. And so he hadn't cleaned his penis for a while, including under the foreskin. It was all fused, and he had health issues because of this. And it's like, you should always wash your penis. The amount of stuff that, even if you're not with it a lot, it still gets stuck in between.
Yeah. AIDSy used to tell horror stories about this, coming into guys, uncircumcised guys, who didn't understand the basics of hygiene. And it's like, oh my God, what the fuck? No, Jesus Christ. Charles, we just came back in and we're talking about super gross stuff. We're talking about people who don't wipe their ass and don't clean under their foreskins.
Yeah. It's an interesting question. So here in the UK, unless you're Jewish, circumcision is pretty rare. Most of us, I say us, I'm sort of trying to do something about that, but most guys, still got the Steve Jobs pullover. Is that the same in Australia? Because in America, one of the reasons why it was a thing, or is a thing, is because, in the old Little House on the Prairie days where no one really had a bath unless you found a river or stream, you could go months without having a bath.
Yeah, I think
it was cleaner to not to have the trim.
Yeah, no, there's no question that it's been established fairly strongly that circumcision reduces the risk of a whole spectrum of infection, actually including AIDS. But in Western nations, I think it's a generational thing. Like my generation, I don't know about England, but certainly US and Australia, my generation, 90+% of guys are circumcised. Now, current generation, so I'm Gen X, then there's millennials and Zoomers. I think by the time we get to Zoomers, the incidence of circumcision is much lower because people realized, hey, follow basic hygiene practices and circumcision is not necessary. But my generation, certainly in Australia and the US, from what I've read, it was just done as a matter of course. Baby boys were circumcised. It's just a thing that happened.
One of the things that I see a lot is, that parents transing their kids, and basically making their kids trans. And it's like, this isn't happening. And the only time that I've ever heard of it happening was, it's a rather famous story by called John Money, who was a sexologist. This is the 60s, I believe it was, maybe the 70s. And what happened was there was a young child, a baby pretty much, who went to have a circumcision, and they had an accident and basically lopped the end off. And so this was in the days of, is it nature versus nurture kind of question?
Yeah.
And so a doctor who decided, let's make them a girl. And so they did a sex change on this child.
Yeah.
And brought them up, said, right, you must bring them up as if they're a girl, because it will confuse the hell out of them and it won't work. And sure enough, the biology part kind of kicked in, and it didn't take long before the kid is rejecting this "I'm not a girl" thing. And, so had all sorts of problems. And not only that, this John Money guy was a pervert, because he, sort of had a sibling or twin sibling, I think it was, and got them to do these sort of sexual things, which I'm never really sure about exactly what happened. And so, so despite it being a massive failure, and showing this is what happens if you if you trans kids that aren't trans, it fucks them up. And ultimately, not only did they fuck them up, they ended up killing themselves because they couldn't deal with it, ultimately.
Yeah. Something. So just throwing in, it's just some circumcision stuff. Sorry, seriously, this argument has always cracked me up about circumcision. Your knob loses feeling. Does it? And I also feel like 90% at least of heterosexual women would be okay with dudes having slightly less feeling in their dick so they last more than 2 or 3 pumps. Sorry, that's just me being facetious and carrying on there.
You know what, though? I read a story which made me laugh like about a year or so ago, maybe more, about guy who gets a circumcision as an adult because he's been told that'll please women. And turns out it didn't really help him. In fact, he had a massive, massive regret about it.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. Sorry, I also want to throw in Strictly saying, awesome on the backyard cinema. Neighbours must be loving it. Justin, look, I think it was just a cultural thing for a lot of the 20th century, and it's much less of a thing now. Kev, doesn't matter if you're clean or not, you're going to shower before sex. That is a wonderful attitude. My God. Yeah. Okay. See, I love your thing. You'd hate it if someone's aggressive at hygiene. AZ used to tell the worst fucking stories about dudes who didn't clean their foreskin. Just absolute nightmare material. It's always okay. It was also admittedly hard to know when AZ was telling the truth and when he was making something up. But
AZ had a lot of disgusting stories. Most of them were about him.
Yeah, no, and these were stories about him and things that happened with him. But yeah, it's a whole thing. I feel like okay. Here's the thing. I think particularly in societies with good medical care systems, circumcision becomes unnecessary. But it's also when people are like culturally repressed and won't talk openly about sex and sexuality, you again end up with this huge risk of sexual health and hygiene things. Oh God, poor Chug's got to try and update his phone and see if that works. And yes, I mean, strictly saying, I think we'll miss 80 jumping in and saying just wild shit to crack us up, because he definitely would just come out with just really, really out there stuff.
I didn't know him very well by comparison to you. I miss him.
Yeah, well, it was very funny with him, like, because we did do the same uni course, and when his first year was my final year, and I did know him, but then I didn't see him for 10 years, and then one year I was just at the Melbourne Comedy Festival, and I was in the line for a show in a space where there was a couple of rooms, and he was directing a show that was in the next room. And he just saw me in the line for a show and said, "Hey, how you doing?" And we went to college together. And I went, "Oh yeah, okay." And then he said, I've got a show on here. You want to come see it in a night?" So I reconnected with him and hung out with him. And I had started doing YouTube, and he was completely unaware of YouTube. And so I explained it to him, and he said, "Well, that seems pretty cool." And that was about.
Was it his Code Grey show, was it?
No. He was directing other young comedians. This was actually just before the necrotizing fasciitis got him, which many years later formed the basis of the Code Grey show. So, yeah, it was very funny. He had health problems because of rheumatoid arthritis and the chemotherapy he undertook for that, which had made him kind of too sick to stand up to the rigors of stand-up comedy, because touring and constantly performing live is actually quite
taxing,
physically taxing. So he'd started training young comedians and directing their shows. And that's where I ran into him. He was directing a show that was in the next room. And a little bit after that, the necrotizing fasciitis got him and whatnot. And then when he was recovering, it's when I sort of got him in on the YouTube stuff, which was about, 10 years ago. Actually, I could probably tell from my Facebook memories are actually really good at it, because I started working with him, and first I was just referring to him as my writing partner. And then there was a period where I was referring to him as Adrian. And then eventually he was 80. But I think it was more than 10 years ago anyway. So
I think my favourite part of Code Grey is the bit where the doctors can never get his name right.
Yes, that was a fun bit that his sidekick in the show, the Reverend Dr. Tim, would play doctors who would just say his name right. Strictly saying, you're keen on who washes hands after wank, and I answered you, and I said it kind of depends on context and what I'm going to be doing afterwards, and if I'm in bed or if it's the middle of the day. There's a lot of variety. There's a lot of variation in there.
Could you imagine going to a Conservative Party conference and having to shake people's hands because they are a bunch of wankers?
Yeah.
But
do I have Tim Minchin's number? No. Also, AZ hated Tim Minchin, I think. Or I might be thinking of someone else I know who hates Tim Minchin and confusing them. But I kind of think AZ hated Tim Minchin.
I like his song Prejudice.
He has some really good songs, and he had a TV show, a comedy. There's 2 seasons of it called Upright, and that's quite entertaining. That was like 3 or 4 years ago they made that, like just pre-COVID. That's quite entertaining. But yeah, Tim Minchin has some great songs. I don't hate him. I have this vague memory that AZ did. Okay, excellent answer, Alexander. You will wash your hands after a wank unless you're planning another one. There you go. Oh yeah, Strictly Sager. I did get a lot of enjoyment out of doing the bouncing off AZ, and we'd occasionally say our goal, which we would occasionally admit to the audience, was to make the other one crack up. In comedy circles, that's called corpsing. If you're working with someone and the person you're working with makes you crack up laughing, that's called corpsing. And that was the unspoken goal almost all the time when Aidsy and I were working together and bouncing off each other. It was trying to make the other one lose it and crack up laughing. And we both did it from time to time. So that's the whole thing.
Yeah, I did enjoy that.
So, Suki say you weren't into Tim Minchin or the Scared Weird Little Guys. Oh, yeah, they had some the occasional good stuff. Safa, I don't actually know what you're asking there. So, oh yes, no, AZ was very good at making faces. There's no two ways about it, and that sort of goes back to all the circus stuff we would do when we were at uni. Circus and commedia dell'arte, a medieval sort of performance style.
I call the conservatives a circus because they're just full of clowns.
So I'm just looking at my keyboard here. There's something gross between a couple of keys, and I couldn't get it out. That's fine.
Easy.
So we're back to people who don't wipe their ass after waxing their carrots. Yeah, no, we've got into all manner of weird hygiene questions about shitting and foreskin and wanking. You know, it's just the way things go sometimes.
I remember pissing off a transphobe in real world, like real life, when some transphobes basically did a protest at the start of Manchester Pride several years ago. It was the year before COVID, 2019.
Yeah.
And they were allowed to do a death march. They were allowed to lead the parade, which is just like fucked up. And I think the police were basically paranoid that if they said no, you can't, that they would be called,
homophobic.
Homophobic because lesbians were leading it, and so they allowed them to do it, and they did this death march really like slowly, like a funeral march. And so as they went past me, I put my arm out. I actually had people booing them because when people saw the parade coming, it's like, yay! It's like, no, don't cheer these people. These are transphobes. They hate people like me. They're not a part of Pride. And I had people booing them, which was brilliant. And then as they passed in front of me, I put my thumb down, the gladiator thumb down sort of thing. And one of the women holding the banner at one, she said, you can't be a lesbian. I said, I know, I'm asexual. Of course I can. And she didn't really have an answer to that. And then so she just said, women don't have penises. I said, I'm working on that. You can have what's left when I'm finished if you like. Oof. And she didn't like that. She just told me to F off. And, which made me laugh because as I've said before, I used to play this game with my brother called Insults to the Death. And the rules are very, very simple. You've got to insult each other as creatively as possible. But if you swear, you lose it because you couldn't think of anything better. And it's given me it actually gives I got it from cycling, weirdly, because what would happen was when you're riding a bike and someone does something, you've only got like 2 or 3 seconds to spit out what you need to tell them, like, you shouldn't be on the road, and then you just sort of throw out, it's been required to use the road since 1835, 6 years before the car was invented. Don't be stupid or something. You got to have these things ready on recall to just zap them out. And so as a result, I was pretty good at it. But it was a fun game.
Yeah. So I just started trying to work out who was PM when I started working with AZ. I don't know. I can't off the top of my head tell you when I started doing YouTube stuff with AZ. I probably should be able to, but I can't. So, Chog, what fixed your buffering issue? Turning your VPN on. Your ISP was throttling YouTube. There's some fuckery goes on. Yeah. It's a whole thing. That's bullshit. Yeah, no, there's fucked up bullshit happens in this world. I'll tell you what, you know what? It's I know there's still a few people watching. Okay, it's just past midnight. I feel like I need to have another toilet break. Does everyone want to keep going? I feel like there's a bunch of people on who want to keep chatting, which I'm okay with. I just need to have, at the very least, a toilet break. And then but I might go to bed. I don't know. How's everyone feeling? People having YouTube issues. YouTube's started blocking people who use ad blockers, which is an increasingly common thing. More and more websites are just going, if you have an ad blocker, we're going to block you from viewing this site. And YouTube has started doing it recently, which is pretty fucking aggressive, quite honestly. I mean, what's time for a week?
Speaking about something on a similar issue, did you hear about how that Elon Musk is going to destroy Twitter? He's going to charge people $1.
Oh yeah, going to. He's already destroyed it. But no, what he's saying is that's new accounts. So it's basically if someone sets up a bot, they'd have to pay to set up a bot.
Yeah,
but
I think it's ridiculous.
It's irreparable from what he's done.
The new accounts thing is only the start. It's like we're going to trial it with the new accounts.
It's weird to see someone behaving in such a brain dead way in real time that you can look at it and go, this guy is going to be in history books as like the worst business person ever. Like someone who literally pissed tens of millions of dollars down the drain. Someone who took one of the most recognizable and known social media brands and consciously destroyed it. It's just like he will be in textbooks as the worst fucking business person ever. It's just like, holy fuck, the stuff he's doing is just inexplicable. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I found the first video with AZ on it, and that's September 2007. World record live in Melbourne, December the 1st.
Okay, that is actually longer ago than I thought. But that's
the first video with AZ on it.
Holy shit. That's wild.
So, do you know? I've got to do this. So I'm just going to share my screen because I've been watching a bunch of like real life crime YouTube videos, and if you just screen share, all on the side, it's got serial killers all the way down on the side, and it's like one of these days we'll see something. It's like, is that Pat?
Yeah, yes. Pat will appear on the serial killer related videos.
Oh dear.
Oh god damn. Okay, yeah, no, actually I'm feeling okay, I don't know, it's supposed to be I am going to go sleepy bobos, I think, because I've got shit to do tomorrow. And I'm definitely drunk now. If I have another beverage, I'll be fucked up and probably be a bit bleh in the morning. Whereas as it is, I'll be fine in the morning. So I'm going to dip out. I'm going to thank you, fabulous people, for joining me this morning. Thank you for hanging out with me, Laura, by the way.
Yeah, welcome. I always enjoy taking part. Watching other people talk, I find a bit boring, but taking part, I enjoy because it's feedback, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I absolutely enjoy having you on. Oh yes, Safa, good call. It's not the cherry. I gratuitously got myself 2 cherries tonight, so there's a treat.
Well, when we finished, I'm going to do this amazing thing. I'm going to go to the toilet and then I'm going to wash my hands right after.
Oh wow, that's pretty outrageous.
Controversial.
All right. See you fine people next time. Look, honestly, if there's a Saturday night stream, it's going to be a surprise stream because I am doing something in the afternoon/evening. But who the fuck knows? But I probably will be on Sunday. Probably not.
I will not. But I won't be around because normally I'm not anyway. And it's only Fridays I come in really. But my War Games Club, we're having a big game with everybody turns up with stuff, and so that's going to be loads of fun. But that goes on in this time tomorrow. I'll be playing War Games, so obviously I won't be coming in.
All
So
right.
I'm really looking forward to that. I haven't been for a while.
All right. Cool.
Anyway.
EO. All right. So yes. No. Strict. So you've got me definitely being a pussy tonight. But if it makes you better, I feel better. I'll wank before I go to sleep. Okay. So
it ties you.
Leave you with that, and gonna go sleepy.